Buenos
Buenos
días
días a todas y a todos.
everyone.
Los invitamos, por
We'd like
supuesto,
to
a que apaguen sus celulares
ask
para
you
que de
to
esa
turn off
manera
your
ya
mobile phone
podamos
so
dar
we
inicio
can
a esta
start
ceremonia.
this
Bienvenidos.
ceremony. Please be welcome.
Vamos a comenzar
We
esta
will
ceremonia de
start
lanzamiento de
this
la segunda
launch of the
edición del
second
Índice
edition of the Latin
Latinoamericano de
American Index
Inteligencia
on
Artificial ILIA
AI,
2024,
ILIA
que se presenta
2024,
hoy desde la
presented
sede de la
today
CEPAL en
from
Santiago de
ICLAC's
Chile.
headquarters here in
La
Santiago,
Comisión
Chile,
Económica
the
para
Economic
América
Commission
Latina
for
y
Latin
el
America and the
Caribe,
Caribbean,
CEPAL, y el Centro
ICLAC,
Nacional de
and the
Inteligencia
National Center
Artificial,
on Artificial
CENIA,
Intelligence,
les dan la más
CENIA, would like
cordial
to
bienvenida
welcome
a
all of
esta
you
jornada
to
en la que
this
podremos
day
conocer el estado de
where we will
avance
know
del
about the
crecimiento
status
de
of
países de América
19
Latina
countries
y
in
el
Latin America and
Caribe
the
en el
Caribbean
ámbito de la inteligencia
regarding
artificial.
artificial intelligence.
Saludamos
We'd like
cordialmente al
to
secretario
greet
ejecutivo.
the Executive Secretary Javier Medina Vasquez of ICLAC, the Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, Mrs. Aysén Echeverry, the Undersecretary of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation, Mrs. Carolina Gainza, the Undersecretary of Telecommunications, Mr. Claudio Araya. We would also like to welcome the members of the diplomatic corps, the Ambassador of European Union in Chile, Ms. Claudia Günters-Dolfer, the representatives of the international cooperation, agencies, and international organizations, colleagues from funds, agencies, and programs from United Nations systems, university authorities, academics, and researchers, the members of the Technical Advisory Committee of ILIA, the executives of technology companies, the members of the press, and all those who are here with us today during this ceremony, face to face and also online. We would like to start by inviting the Executive Secretary of ICLAC, Javier Medina Vasquez, to welcome the audience. Mr. Medina, the floor is yours. Good morning. I am connected from Cali, Colombia, and I will deliver opening remarks of the launch of the Latin American Index on AI, for which we're going to cover three aspects. The first part regarding the introduction, where we're going to look at AI as a driver to overcome development obstacles. Then we are going to cover the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we will cover also the value of regional cooperation and global cooperation to leverage the advantages of artificial intelligence. So Dear authorities, colleagues, and friends, uh, Minister of Science Aysén Echeverry mm, from Chile, Undersecretary Claudia Inserdorfer, Ambassador of the European Union in Chile, Dr. Alvaro Soto, Head of CENIA in Chile, distinguished representatives of international organizations. First of all, on behalf of our Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, it's an honor to welcome you to ITLAC to the launch of this second edition of the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence 2024. Latin America and the Caribbean are known for its vast cultural heritage, abundant natural resources, and diverse populations. And in spite of these advantages, the region is still facing three major traps to advance to a more prosperous and inclusive future. Issues that are, from the point of view of ICLAC, we have established as critical, such as low productivity and growth, high levels of inequality and limited social mobility, besides low institutional capability and governance capabilities. These traps or obstacles that have persisted over years are not are structural and long-term phenomenon shown by aspects related to productivity and investment. And in spite of this condition, we are fully convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean can overcome these obstacles with digital transformation playing a key role in solving the most urgent issues in the region. For example, during the last 10 years, Latin America and the Caribbean have been able to achieve significant breakthroughs in terms of digitization with a internet penetration that has doubled and that reaches today close to 80% of the population. In this context, the new technology revolution marked by AI has a huge potential of becoming a key driver to overcome these development traps. For example, artificial intelligence may drive innovation while addressing key aspects of healthcare, education, and environment. Likewise, artificial intelligence may optimize administrative and bureaucratic processes of governments and also significantly improve decision-making process and to answer more adequately to citizens' demands. So, artificial intelligence breakthrough in the areas of our lives are promising to transform the way we produce, consume, communicate, work, mobilize, educate ourselves, and even how to change the meaning of how, who we are as human beings. Latin America and the Caribbean, faced with these opportunities offered by artificial intelligence. Second aspect, we need to say that the development of artificial intelligence raises higher speed. There are new models every week, applications and tools regarding artificial intelligence. Competition is not among companies, also geopolitical and regional. The United States and China are by far the leaders in this race. Faced with these important strategic considerations, we wonder what is the role that we play as a region? What is our position as a region when faced with this revolutionary technological breakthrough and dramatically transformative? Latin America and the Caribbean are facing a key moment to face the opportunities that artificial intelligence is offering to sustainable development and economic growth.
There are significant challenges in terms of investment, infrastructure, education, and collaboration. Addressing this is essential to close gaps with other regions of the world and transforming and strategically adopting AI. Nevertheless, despite all of these advantages it provides, we must also recognize that these socioeconomic gaps that we see in Latin America could persist if we do not act with decision. For example, McKinsey 2023 says that AI could increase 15 between 13 to 15 trillion dollars globally towards the year 2030. However, while North America and China may see increases of 16.1 and 14.5 respectively in their economies, Latin America would barely achieve a growth close to 5%. This underscores the need to urgently act today to close the technological gaps of tomorrow. Furthermore, the University of Stanford 2024, in terms of R&D, also observed differences with other economies. Whereas in 2022, the region of Asia and the Pacific had 75.2% of the AI patents awarded worldwide, followed by North America, particularly USA, with 21.2. Latin America and the Caribbean barely represented 0.21. Another significant parameter is the origin of these advanced AI models. And according to Stanford, in 2023, the USA led development with 61 models of automatic learning, followed by China with 15, whereas in Latin America and the Caribbean, this gave rise to only one. In view of this scenario, to fully make the most of all the opportunities offered by AI, it is essential to work in several key areas. That is, first, we need to increase investment in R&D, encouraging intra-academic industry and government collaboration. Second, we need to have a qualified workforce investing in education and continuous education so that our populations may create, implement, and maintain AI systems. And likewise, what we need is digital infrastructure and data solid and ensuring the privacy and security to better train and improve AI models. And lastly, we must develop an appropriate regulatory framework to balance innovation with the protection of citizen rights. All of these spheres developed in detail by the Latin American Artificial Intelligence Index. Third, I will refer to the value of regional and global cooperation to make the most of AI advantages. In this sense, regional and global cooperation may play a crucial role because it can allow developing regulatory frameworks that are converging, exchange good practices, and address challenges that are universal. There are several significant milestones that we could see the value of awareness by the international community regarding the potential for collaboration and joint action. First, the Summit of the Future, held on September 22nd and 23rd last weekend, within the framework of the General Assembly of the UN in New York, does represent an opportunity, unique opportunity to strengthen the confidence in multinational system and show that international cooperation may effectively respond to challenges. In this sense, the Summit of the Future proposes five main multilateral agreements in the sustainable development and financing for development, international security, science, technology, digital cooperation regarding youth and future generations, and the transformation of global governance. In fact, the Pact for the Future implies important agreements on a world pact and for future generations. And act like we believe that with appropriate follow-up, the Pact for the Future may be an accelerator for the formation, attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And it is a step in the right direction in order to reform a multilateral system that was designed more than 70 years ago and that it requires of urgent reforms, including not only aspects related to the Security Council, but also international financial architecture at the height of the challenges of financing for development that we have today. And same as today, our Secretary General says this is an international system created by our grandparents and that must serve for our to our grandchildren. So in this framework, the issue of science, technology, and digital cooperation is essential for the economic development, education, environmental sustainability, among others, and the way that humanity produces, lives, and interacts. Furthermore, it is precisely in November 2024 that we will hold, together with the government of Chile, the ninth ministerial conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean here in Santiago de Chile. And here we will test a new interregional agenda where it AI will hold a key place to align our efforts with global progress and at the same time facing common challenges in the region. Within the framework of this conference, we will also carry out a political high level dialogue with the EU on AI within the context of the digital partnership with the EU in Latin America and the Caribbean. This dialogue is therefore a real opportunity to strengthen cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe and to exchange experiences regarding regulation, adoption, and development of AI technologies. In addition to deepening and the analysis of common challenges, ethics in the use of AI, data protection, and their impact. Added to these efforts, the Latin American Index Artificial Intelligence provides a clear approach based on concrete and sound data regarding the progress, challenges, and opportunities faced by Latin America and the Caribbean regarding the adoption of AI. We firmly believe that this instrument will serve as a very valuable guideline to design public policies and strategies that will promote a responsible and efficient use of AI with interaction with key sectors for social and economic development of the region. And so, lastly, we congratulate and express our thanks to Senia, as well as all persons and organizations involved in the development of this index, in creating this valuable tool. We also especially appreciate contribution by all organizations present at this event, such as UN agencies, Development Banking, University of Stanford, Google, Amazon Web Service, and Microsoft. We are convinced that if we act with a vision of the future and determination, Latin America and the Caribbean may make the most of the potential of AI to build a more prosperous future, inclusive and sustainable for everyone, Latin American and Caribbean included. Thank you very much.
Damos las gracias.
Well, we thank the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Javier Medina Vasquez, for his words. And now the second version of the Latin American Index of AI, ILIA, is the outcome of work at regional level, articulated and together with the National Center of AI, SENIA, and the Economic Commission for Latin America, the Caribbean, ECLAC, and that does not lose continuity thanks to those joint efforts and have uninterestedly joined the construction of this instrument, which has gained in force among decision makers in countries at public level as well as private and academic. All of this in order to identify opportunities for growth and space for investment, always within ethical and transparent and sustainable frameworks. We will now invite the ambassador of the EU to Chile, Claudia Kindersdorfer, to share a few words. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. To begin, for me, it is a great pleasure to be here this morning at the ECLAC premises. I've just arrived from Brussels and arrived just a few weeks back to my current position in Santiago de Chile. And although already in Brussels, I was working closely with ECLAC, this is the first time that I see this very impressive building, and it is truly a pleasure to be here. We also wanted to thank ECLAC for the invitation and this very good cooperation with the EU. I wanted to greet the minister who is here and also SENIA, which is the National Center for AI in Chile, as well as all international agencies, the private sector, development bank, who are with us here this morning. So we appreciate this close collaboration with ECLAC and SENIA within the framework of the digital partnership between the EU and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is through this digital partnership that the EU also supported with financing for the Latin American AI Index. ILIA that now has spread from 12 to 19 countries. Our societies, our economies, and in general, our daily lives are increasingly influenced and marked by digitalization. And so therefore, in our bi-regional relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean and the EU, and also, this issue of digital transformation is each day more relevant. And I believe that both regions, we coincide in that this digital transition must be fair, inclusive, and also contribute to reducing inequalities. A transition that places at the center the human being and that is concerned with the protection of the human being's rights also in this digital sphere. And this is the key regarding which we build this digital partnership between the two regions. And I am sure that the region that we present today and also the ECLAC Observatory will contribute specifically to the aims of this digital partnership.
What is the Digital Alliance? Regionally speaking, it is an informal framework of cooperation open to all the countries in the region that want to join. Currently, not all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean are members, but we have 21 or 22 who are already members. And the digital partnership has also become one of the emblematic initiatives in the framework of the Global Gateway, the strategy of the European Union to promote investments that are beneficial for both continents. Next year, we plan on holding a summit between CELAC and the European Union. We had one last year in Brussels, where the declaration for this digital partnership was launched. And I believe that all the results that we can show, all the milestones that we have achieved in this digital partnership will be exposed in next year's summit. The partnership has four main pillars, and as it was already mentioned by Javier Milena, we have political and regulatory dialogue. Secondly, we have connectivity through the optic fiber cable called Vela that unites the European Union from Portugal to Brazil and then continues with land connection. And it is a cable that increases capacities in benefit of science, technology, and innovation. Third, the partnership also considers the participation of the private sector and innovation through an initiative that we call Digital Accelerator. And fourth, we have satellite data and space services through the Copernicus system, where we have two regional centers, one located in Panama and the other one in Santiago, Chile, here. Within the framework of this digital partnership, a series of political dialogues are being organized around several topics. These include cybersecurity, data governance, digital governance, connectivity, and of course, artificial intelligence. In November of 2023, the countries members of the digital partnership agreed a series of activities to deepen regional cooperation to advance with regulatory frameworks on artificial intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean. For that, a co-leading country system was established with Chile as the leader of the political component of artificial intelligence, together with Brazil, Uruguay, and on Europe's side, Spain and Slovenia. Within the key priorities, they included increasing the comprehension of artificial intelligence in the region, exchanging best practices on prevention of risks and their management with artificial intelligence, develop AI systems in languages other than English, develop and establish safe spaces to test models and systems of artificial intelligence, promote the use of AI for the good, and also develop policies and strategies that are in line with the recommendations of UNESCO on ethics of artificial intelligence, the recommendation of the OECD on artificial intelligence, and the regional process of the Declaration of Santiago, taking into account the regulations of the European Union in these subject matters. Now, talking about the role of the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence, we know that the growing technology dependence also implies greater risks. We have huge opportunities, but also risks. And in that context, it is vital to monitor the digital development to improve the creation of digitization policies based on evidence. I believe that this index is vital to contribute to the creation of evidence and data. That is why we celebrate the work of the Observatory of Digital Development of ECLAC that meets this objective of creating data and knowledge on the digital transformation process in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and produce indicators that are comparable between the countries in topics such as connectivity, digital infrastructures, or the adoption of emerging technologies. Specifically, the data generated by the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence presented today will play a fundamental role when designing public policies that can help mitigate the risks of this emerging technology. For instance, the ILIA index shows that the region of Latin America and the Caribbean currently lacks physical capacities to develop AI models due to the scarcity of data processing infrastructure, supercomputers, high-speed connectivity for fiber optics, or access to open data, among others. For the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to be able to become developers and not only users of AI technologies, it is vital to continue advancing in the development of physical infrastructure in the region. The second summit on the ethics of artificial intelligence will contribute to those efforts, co-organized by Uruguay, CAF, and UNESCO, and it will take place on October 3 and 4 in Montevideo, as well as the political and regional dialogue of the UE and Latin American in the Caribbean for AI with a digital partnership. Javier Medina also referred to this event that will take place on November 5 and 6 in Santiago, together with ILEC. And with the basis of the study that we are introducing today, there will be a session on hard infrastructures and supercomputer capacities and AI included. Personally speaking, I have the pleasure once again to know that Chile will be in the center of the joint work of both regions in this aspect. It shows the advancement of the country in these issues, and Chile got the highest score of the ILIA ranking that will be introduced today. We also see that despite advancements, there are still many challenges in the region, not only for exploring and adopting countries, but also for pioneers such as Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay. The information provided by this index will be very useful for the countries of the region to develop governance systems for AI that is suitable to the regional context and the own needs of each country. The vision of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean regarding the regulation of AI is quite diverse, but several countries are already targeting to create regulations where the law on artificial intelligence of the European Union that was passed on March of this year can be an important reference. The focus of the UE regarding AI aspires to excellency and the creation of trust, with a clear objective of promoting research and industrial capacity, and at the same time guaranteeing security and the fundamental rights of citizens. The issue will be how to attain these objectives without creating over-regulation that stops development and innovation in this field. As the European Union, we will be delighted to work together with the countries of the region that consider this challenge as something relevant to promote balance in this aspect. To conclude, I would like to thank once again ECLAC and CENIA for leading the creation of this artificial intelligence index for the region. And I am sure that broadening this index will be very well received. And I hope that the presentation and the Q&A session afterwards is interesting and fruitful for all of us. Thank you very much for your attention. We would like to thank the Ambassador of the European Union in Chile, Claudia Gintersdorfer, for her words in this ceremony. After the launching in August 2023, the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence has become a role model to understand the state of advancement of artificial intelligence in the region, providing quantitative and qualitative data that create an instrument that is a part of a public good thought to pave the road to the development of artificial intelligence that is inclusive, ethical, and transparent. Now, we would like to invite the Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge, and Innovation, Mrs. Aysén Echeverry, to share some opening remarks. Minister, the floor is yours. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to deeply thank CENIA for the efforts on creating this index. When you are in the position that where I currently am, which is designing public policies, and when we're talking about emerging and new topics such as AI, we have many questions. And you need to make many decisions on prioritization and where to place your bets with the measures that you can take to attain the objectives that you want to attain. And with these indexes, and if you do this without the indexes provided by CENIA, you are doing it blindly. And I'm speaking for myself and several of my colleagues in Chile, Undersecretary Araya, and also colleagues in Latin America, when we say that having such an index helps us advance in a better way with consistent policies, with coordination between countries, and this is vital for the success of these strategies. It is quite hard to talk about AI without finding common places. I think it's something that happens to all of us all the time. So I want to put it in very specific terms. In Chile, we will have elections in a month or a month and a half. And we cannot think about those elections without understanding that those who will go and cast their vote won't be informed with the door-to-door visits that we used to do as politicians, and neither through what they get in the formal media. They will make their decisions based on the content that they consumed through social media. That is a fact, and that is something that we must understand. When we think about a student from a vocational school or from and when we think about a university student, and when we try to put ourselves in their shoes and think about the future that they imagine, I believe it is a future full of fear because of the possibility of AI replacing them, but also with life expectations that are quite different from those that I had when I was in university. We have more and more young people aspiring to live outside of the city, outside of Santiago, working remotely, working in positions that I couldn't even imagine having when I was in the university. And I see that we have some students from Instituto Nacional. Hello. Probably they imagine a future where it's not only about going to the moon, but probably with the possibility of living in space, having life in other planets, or having a fully virtualized work. And it is not science fiction anymore. It is now a possible future. It is within the possibilities that they imagine as a future. That is the level of change that we have. That is digital transformation that we talk about when we think about life. It is such a deep change in the way in which we live, how we approach our opportunities, the way in which we create politics, how we make decisions for our own professions.
De la vida. Entonces, any government that is seeing such a deep change process has two alternatives. Either hides like an ostrich and waits for the problem to go by, and then we see what will happen or come from it, or tries doing the best effort possible to understand this disruption, to understand where possibilities come from, and to prepare the country so this transformation can imply within the process as well as in the outcome more equality, better opportunities, and others. That means a future of hope. This is the work and the desire with which we have been working in President Boric government. This is the mandate that I received a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it is why when we look at the index, and I don't want to present a spoiler here, but we're really very proud of being in such a good position as it means that as a state, we have been prepared. It also means that according to indicators that are quite objective with full methodology, with the whole technical support, some of this work is being done properly. It also means that there's much to be built upon. This is a changing process. Challenges are enormous. And I know that many, as myself, we not only look at the aspects of the index where we are but where we're lying low, but the challenges are very important. They have to do with adoption, development, to continue working on this. And how Alvaro is always saying is to possibility to calculate, which is so important in developing these type of technologies. I would like to close my words by thanking once again, thanking the perseverance in maintaining this index. Hopefully, it will be maintained for that time, and also reinforcing that idea that for those that are in these roles of decision making, we have to be working with priorities to have such a tool as this one, which becomes fundamental in doing our work properly. So thank you very much. And we are expecting to hear of the details of this. Thank you. We want to thank Minister of Science, Ms. Aysén Echeverry, for her words and for her being here in the launch of the second ILIA, the Artificial Intelligence Latin American Index, that widened its geographical scope and it added more measuring variables so as to provide a better, robust report. We would like now to invite the director of ILIA, Alvaro Soto, so that he can present his welcoming words. Good morning, all. I am very happy to be here in the launch of the second ILIA. This started around 3 years ago, and basically with what everybody here has already mentioned, we're all talking about artificial intelligence, but where are we standing at right now? That was really the spirit today, and I was reading, I don't want to present a spoiler either, but I am very happy with the results. I think it really fulfills the goal of the second version or release. And when including more countries, 19 countries in this case, provides us with a complete perspective of what is happening in the region. I was really thinking while everybody else was talking, I have three messages really that I would like to share with you. The first one is something that I am very proud and happy about this index is how it was created. It was created in a way that is a bottom up perspective. We just knocked doors in the region. We were talking to people that were willing to help. And something that really occurred was, yes, this is very important. Let us participate. Let us work on this. And it provides us with a way to work, which has sort of a beauty within it. As a region, with all of the different divisions that might exist and different levels, here at this technological and person-to-person level, we can really get together and create such an index that is so useful for a community, a regional level. And this somehow is showing a path that expresses that together we are more. And somehow it also expresses that this is our path. And I want to ask from all of you today, and we have had many people participating in this in the previous release and now, and I would like a round of applause for all those that participated and helped us working on this. So thank you very much for those of you that are here with us and for those that are connected remotely and everybody else in the document. There's a huge page with many names that are quite visible, but maybe others are not as much. That is my first message, really. Together, we are more, and that should establish a path. And the second message is related to the fact that, well, maybe in the index we see there's a gap that is growing with developed countries and others, and we can say, yes, maybe, but rather than just the gap that we might have compared to other people in the world is how we are doing. And this is what the index is trying to do, to establish where we are standing at. But that is just one perspective. And now we are prepared, but we have to go out on the field and play this game. What we're trying to do is to move towards this area, not only to provide a perspective of where is standing at, but where or how are we playing. In the next releases of this index, we'll try to measure this, how we are playing the game. And something that I feel is very important is to be able to obtain technological sovereignty on this. And I think it is a fundamental aspect that somehow and within the region, we might have the capabilities to express that we are able to work on this. Something that happened is this was very open before. I'm a researcher and we all participate here, but all of a sudden this is closed down. There are more rivalry at technological level, making it very secret. But what happened was that the door was closed very late. We all saw how it was done. And for me, it's like creating a mayonnaise, right? You have to stir it very fast. And here we say add more data, add calculation, and add a lot of calculation, and you really stir it, and you will get this mayonnaise out of it, which is a secret. We do not have to rediscover something, but rather we have to put everything together in the region and to establish this sovereignty. And she's laughing at me because I always talk about calculation because we're always lagging behind. It is, unfortunately, we have to really beat it fast because we need calculation to have to use this calculation to work on. And it is how we're lagging behind. And what we're doing in Semia is we are really following the success of this index. And this is to create a first model of the language like GPT, ChatGPT, that has been really the flagship that we have seen nowadays. And in this search of this technological sovereignty to create a model such as this one and create it all together. There are groups of work nowadays that are working in data and software. They're working in alignment and assessment. They're getting together on a periodic basis, and how they created the indexes, how they are creating this first model of a language that is showing that we can have this technological sovereignty. And a Latin American language model will really be important if we ask these competing models that exist in other parts of the world. For example, in all of the books were written by Pablo Neruda in Chile, right? Because they don't have the information of what is happening in the region. So in itself is a goal, but it is also a goal to be able to show that we can have this technological sovereignty. And of course, I'm inviting everybody because this is done bottoms up, and anybody wanting to participate is welcome. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll be able to leading a first model. We have heard that there are very few models of this type in Latin America, but hopefully by the end of the year, we can really have this type of model. And we hope that by the mid of next year, we can have this Latin American model. So we can ask the model about our culture, our politics, our economy, and we can say, look, this model understands. And the second message is this: the importance of technological sovereignty. And the third message goes together with what I have been looking at, which is speed. This is going very fast. At the beginning, it was just a text, this symbolic world. And now we have a model including images, which is like to ground this system of the symbolic element to the physical world. These are the models that have been seen in the past times. And this goes to a more automated system like robots. And as the minister was expressing, is let establish challenges on how this new society is working. And I feel that it is very important for our countries to be able to be in these challenges. In the index, we can see that many countries have national artificial intelligence policies, but very few have added resources. And somehow to put together this cross-sectionally in terms of the importance of developing and to have the benefits of all this in the region. And that's my third message. Each one of us is a fundamental element for all this. We are going through special times in this technology. These are technologies that will be changing our lives for each of us and for our loved ones. And it is very important that we're all very active, as the minister was expressing, that we should not just see something go by, but rather be very active in all these activities. And each one of us is important. Please, I would like to leave with each of you the task of how everybody from their own position can cooperate for the region to be able to go in the field and really, we don't want to be the world champion, but rather really want to enjoy and be part of the team and understand that we did it very well by the end of the game. So thank you very much. We want to thank the director of ILIA for his words, and we would like to thank the participation of cooperating agencies such as the CAF, Development Bank, the IDB, UNESCO, European Union through the alliance or partnership, and OAS. And now we would like to invite the head of operations of the IDB, Pablo Andelele, that will be presenting their words. Good morning, all. Thank you for this invitation from IDB. We're very happy to participate in this launch of the second ILIA. I was exactly in this very same event last year, and I am quite curious to see how numbers were moving around last year. We had a very wide perspective that provide us the perspective or the opportunity to work together. I want to congratulate the previous presentations because they were all very interesting. Same as last year, this is a very nice area for learning. So thank you very much. The minister was presenting a future perspective that from a practical point of view is showing the relevance of artificial intelligence. So thank you very much for this example. From IDB, we held a study, quite a recent study, that tried to calculate or estimate the impact of AI in work, starting from an analysis of 750 professional activities, trying to estimate how many people will be impacted in their jobs. And numbers are quite significant. In a year, around 84 million people. To 5 years, 114. And in 10 years, 132 million workers will be impacted by AI. At world level, this number in 10 years is 1.5 billion people, meaning that we are seeing a phenomena that will be challenging us as a society. The study also found that AI can generate increases in certain gaps. Women are the ones that are more exposed to work when considering impact of AI, and those of lower income as well. That means that AI could really be increasing the gaps that we are being affected by nowadays. But there's also a world of opportunities, and there are a number of these, which of course is establishing a revolution in the industry, but it is improving with key services such as education and health. A couple of weeks ago, we had the opportunity to work in a public hospital in Chile, and the director is already working and organized the data and is seeing how we can apply these algorithms in artificial intelligence to improve these services. And the good news is that from the back, we have different opportunities to work with Chilean services, but when we hear about AI, we hear Cinia.
So
tienen que abrirse a la sociedad para transformarla. Yo creo que el CENIA está haciendo un trabajo espectacular, así que felicitaciones. Y este índice nos va a traer evidencia, como decía la embajadora, diseñar políticas a partir de la evidencia es lo que todos queremos hacer. Y desde el banco entonces felicitamos esta segunda edición, porque nos va a permitir apalancar el trabajo que el BID hace en la región en 6 dimensiones, que se las voy a mencionar rápidamente, que es como nuestro enfoque para acelerar el desarrollo de ecosistemas robustos, sostenibles y éticos de IA. El número 1 tiene que ver con conexiones de alta calidad, con servicios en la nube y con capacidad de cómputo. Adhiero a ese diagnóstico, creo que estamos rezagados y ahí tenemos que trabajar. El segundo tiene que ver con facilitar la gestión, compartición y mantenimiento de grandes volúmenes de datos. Ahí tenemos mucho trabajo por hacer. Desde el BID estamos, por ejemplo, colaborando con 10 superintendencias chilenas que tienen una cantidad enorme de datos a los cuales podrían agregarle valor para contribuir a mejorar la calidad de vida de los chilenos y las chilenas. Están empezando, algunas están más avanzadas, pero ahí hay mucho que hacer con los datos. Tercer aspecto, capital humano. Acá tenemos otro casi, o sea, si uno piensa en capacidad de cómputo, el otro pilar en el que hay que trabajar es capital humano. Chile está avanzando muy bien en eso, pero hace falta acelerar ese desafío. Regulación, y ahí siempre este es un tema como desafiante, una regulación que asegure el uso equitativo, que fomente la competencia, y ahí Chile ya tiene avances también. La Unión Europea creo también nos da algunos ejemplos interesantes, pero vemos que hay muchos países, me refiero al índice del año pasado, vamos a ver lo que da ahora, pero que están muy rezagados, entonces las oportunidades de colaboración ahí son enormes. difundir prácticas de aplicación responsable de IA en emprendimientos, y ahí nuestro laboratorio de innovación del BitLab, está haciendo mucho en Startup Chile, que es una iniciativa reciente del gobierno. BitLab va a tener un rol en ese aspecto. Y por último, propiciar la innovación empresarial, que yo, en mi conversación con muchos emprendedores están tomando esto en serio y las oportunidades son enormes, pero ahí la alianza público-privada es clave para acelerar. De nuevo, felicitaciones, gran trabajo al CENIA. Para ganar este partido tenemos que trabajar en equipo, así que junto con los colegas de CAF y del resto de la comunidad internacional, de UNESCO, ojalá que podamos sumar fuerzas para ayudar a la región y que podamos adelantar este trabajo. Muchas gracias y felicitaciones.
We'd like to thank the operations manager of the IDV, Pablo Aleli, for his remarks. Once again, we're going to invite the main specialist in Marcelo Faquina to deliver a few remarks. Mr. Faquina, please. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Those of you who are present, authorities and experts and colleagues. On behalf of CAF and as a representative of CAF in Chile, Julio Suarez, who was not able to make it today, it is an honor to be here to participate in the launching of this second version of this Latin American AI index. This index is a pioneering effort to measure the impact of artificial intelligence in Latin America. And I'd like to congratulate and thank the Artificial Intelligence International Research Center, CENIA, for opening this space, and also congratulate the partners of this project that made it possible to come up with this milestone. Specifically, we'd like to thank for the chance we're giving so that CAF can continue to be an ally in the dissemination of that index, a tool which is key and offers a structural and comprehensive view of artificial intelligence ecosystems in our countries. Having an index specifically focused on AI from our region offers several benefits, as we can see in the different presentations. It provides a clear vision about the current status of AI adoption in Latin America, and also to identify gaps in important areas such as uh, enabling factors, research and development and adoption, and also the aspects that our colleague from IDB mentioned, governance related aspects, which provides us with a tool to come up with more effective policies and projects. And also, it helps everyone to play better on that field, so that all sectors can prioritize on aspects in an area that we know it's a very dynamic and in constant evolution, as we have seen. From CAF, we are pleased in having contributed to developing this index, and also very proud of supporting initiatives that are considered case studies in the report that will be presented. For example, some efforts we are conducting on the infrastructure deployment, especially initial preliminary feasibility and pre-feasibility studies of the Humboldt cable deployment, which was the first underwater cable that connects to South America. We're also very happy with this publication because this is a tool that helps highlight the support we provide our countries in our AI strategy that is mostly focused on four pillars: public policy. We support the development of regulation and national strategies for AI and legislation regarding capacity building and human capital. We're working with several countries to design artificial intelligence centers and hubs because that they are an evolution of the organic development of public administration and how they manage this new technology in terms of knowledge creation. We recently published our AI guideline that supports developing countries in institutional transformation, strategy development, and also regulatory sandboxes to better learn how to regulate this type of tools. And also in providing technical support, we work to several administrations through technical cooperation in order to develop artificial intelligence usage projects regarding gender, citizens protection, and environment. So CAF it also acts as a project enabler in terms of AI. Now, as far as efforts related to enabling factors, we understand that based on the last year's index and this year's index, we are still lagging behind. We are looking to lay the foundations to build infrastructure that will allow for the deployment of new technologies with this regional sovereignty perspective that has been mentioned here before. We are supporting the development of pre-feasibility studies to develop high-performance computing centers with an emphasis on AI here in Chile and Dominican Republic and also to other countries. We are trying to understand the potential impact of those HPCs for those to develop roadmaps to develop centers in the country so they can also trigger digital development and to consolidate an ecosystem that not only has a national scope but a regional scope based on that infrastructure to have models that help us share those capabilities. The debate enabling factor as well. Next week will be at CAF offices in Montevideo with partners in other countries to foster ethical use of AI, started in the first summit here in Santiago last year. It is important to say that most of those projects, if not all, are informed somehow by the findings of the Artificial Intelligence Latin American Index, and we hope that they can also contribute to the progress of those indicators, but also since we have seen that the new index shows us some evolution for the region, for sure, and also as the index shows that this progress is still insufficient compared to the speed of AI worldwide. That's why it's so important to reinforce the sense of urgency in the provision of more inclusive and accessible regulation that promote the use of AI in our governments, economies, and societies that will allow us to improve our training capacity and to retain talent and to transform those efforts also in tangible development. And we firmly believe that this effort should continue to evolve to better understand the opportunities that AI offers to improve economic productivity and the quality of life in the region. Artificial intelligence is and will be a key tool to solve many of our economic, social, and environmental challenges. So finally, from CAFA, we reiterate the fact that want to be strategic partners in implementing sustainable tools that drive the development of our region. So congratulations for the launch of this index, and thank you very much.
Agradecemos las palabras de Marcelo.
I'd like to thank Marcelo Faquina, Chief Specialist in Smart Cities and Digital Development at CAFA. Would like to invite the Director of the Regional Office, Multi-Sector Office of Esther Quiz Laroche, who will also address the audience on behalf of the UNESCO. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to, first of all, thank the National Center on Artificial Intelligence, CENIA, and ICLAC for this invitation. I will skip introductions. I'd like to greet everyone present and also online. I believe we hear a lot about challenges and risks associated to artificial intelligence. However, I'd like to start by saying that AI has the potential of addressing some of the largest challenges to society today, favoring innovation in different ways and also strengthening efficiency of multiple industries. As the minister said, this also allows to dream big and to imagine and do things that a few years ago were impossible. So I believe we have the duty of leveraging those important opportunities to accelerate our progress towards the achievement of the SDGs. However, it is also true that there are risks and challenges associated with this, and they must be addressed in the political context and also in regulatory contexts. So UNESCO has committed to supporting the member states to leverage the potential of artificial intelligence technologies, and making sure that their application is guided by fundamental principles such as transparency, orienting them to social benefit and sustainability. AI must aid addressing current inequalities regarding access to knowledge, research, and the diversity of cultural expressions. And there needs to be guarantee that artificial intelligence does not expand technology gaps within and in between countries. At UNESCO, we've been driving for a few years a very intense agenda to address the challenges of the increasing impact of artificial intelligence on society. In this context, in 2021, all member states and UNESCO adopted unanimously the recommendation regarding ethics of artificial intelligence that is intended to guide the actions of governments to promote policies and regulations regarding AI based on ethical and human rights-based standards. This recognizes that the development of AI requires better education regarding data management and media management and information management, as well as the access to independent information sources that are plural and truthful to counter the risks of misinformation and hate discourse, also the unlawful use of personal data. On the basis of this recommendation, UNESCO and CAF have joined to work together in developing artificial intelligence policies in the countries in the region by proposing the creation of a political and AI governance space within Latin America and the Caribbean. In that context, UNESCO has started support for the update of artificial intelligence policies in several countries in the region. In fact, Chile was the first country in the region to apply the preparation assessment, the preparation of UNESCO, and that's a tool that allows us to assess how prepared a country for the ethical implementation of artificial intelligence in line with the update of its AI policy. RAM is a tool that has been developed that assesses the readiness of a country in the implementation of responsible implementation of AI through different dimensions: legal, regulatory, social, cultural, economic, scientific, educational, and technological, and regarding infrastructure.
¿Qué cambios
Highlighting the institutional changes or regulatory changes that are necessary. The aim is to facilitate implementation of the recommendation on the ethics of the guideline given by UNESCO. The latest RAM has provided a full review of the status situation, identifying areas for strength and other also the gaps for a responsible implementation of the ILIA. And UNESCO and CAF in October 2023 organized a partnership with the Ministry of Science, an event to facilitate the exchange of information regarding the challenges and the opportunities for development of AI in the region. This was the first forum on the ethics of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the ministerial summit of the high authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean. The regional summit concluded with 20 nations in the Santiago Declaration to promote AI that is ethical in the region. And in this declaration, the approval establishment of a working group with a view to the constitution of an intergovernment council of AI for the region in order to strengthen capacities in this regard and also entrust Chile the leadership of the working group. And all of these progresses are encouraging but represent only a starting point, and I believe that it is spaces for dialogue and reflection such as this one are so valuable to strengthen what we have developed in recent years, opening up new paths to think through exchange and collaboration among governments, private sector, civil society, universities, and mass media. And to conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to the second ministerial summit on the ethics of ILIA, Latin America and the Caribbean, to be held in Montevideo, Uruguay on October 3rd and 4th, 2024. And with this new summit, we wish to renew UNESCO commitment to continue promoting opportunities that are innovative, placing all our institutional resources at your service to ensure an inclusive, equitable, and humanist view of ILIA, promoting new opportunities for growth and development for everyone. Thank you. Well, we thank Dr. Serkovich, Director of the Regional Multisectoral Office of UNESCO, and everyone who has shared their words in this first segment, the last part of which is to recognize the main findings of ILIA And that reflects not only the challenges in this regard for the 19 countries included in the index, but also the opportunities entailed by the technology, both in the world of public as well as private affairs. And we invite the director of Senia, manager of Senia, Rodrigo Duran, and who in coming moments will share the main outcomes with us. Thank you. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you very much. Very pleased, a little nervous as well, because we have Tanya and Nestor here. The two people that when we thought of the index, and as Rodrigo said it, we needed to. These are the first people who methodologically we asked her how to address this, and Aneta was here, and also Stanford University, and so on. So this is a sort of a thesis, a dissertation, and that is why I'm a little nervous. But well, I will go stopping to emphasize certain things, but Albert already said this. I think it is very significant. This project is collective. It is not something specifically or only of Senia. And that was orchestrated by more than 300 actors. Lore, Marianela, Fran, Alejandro from various organizations, and who have helped the work aiming towards the achievement of this goal, this match that we're playing. There will be a far more important match this afternoon, but well, that's out of another subject. And this involves several institutions without which this would not be possible. The index is a project that somehow reflects this will to build and move towards AI that is fair and equitable and that we all share. And this is a space that puts information and makes it available. And I thank the people from CAF, IDB, UNESCO, and others that have helped us see that this shows evidence that leads to a better public policy. The mission of Senia, and that is why we like this project so much, is to have AI place it at the service of people. So all agencies, multilaterals, technology centers, R&D centers that make it possible that Senia to exist, as well as others, institutions that have contributed with data, but also the methodology for this to be robust, transparent, and ultimately it will enjoy the legitimacy that is required in order to back the decisions made by different players. And so the index, same as last year, has 3 dimensions: one, enabling factors, R&D, and governance. And each dimension has sub-dimensions, and also we include elements that were not here last year. First of all, success cases from different viewpoints in governance, R&D, or enabling factors. And the idea of these success cases was to highlight actions that were successful based on a more complete narrative. And so also we included certain chapters with very concrete information regarding certain phenomena that we believe to be very relevant. In the case of enabling factors, we're going to see it. We did a deep double click on labor market, the world of labor, and although that does not add with much of a score to the index, it is nevertheless relevant. In regard to R&D, we characterized our research into our AI, and it's a multidiscipline. How does it behave? And also with the agency, we did gender gaps, and with CAF, we're working on a study that shows the possibility of having research centers such as Senia or others, but at an international level. And finally, governance, we have the UNESCO app and the case of ethical algorithms that have been developed with IDB and the Adolfo Ibáñez University regarding the development of algorithms for the public sector. This is very important for us to say it, because this is ultimately what we are showing, and we gave priority to secondary sources. Of the 49 that we had last year, we increased them to 76 this year, and also prioritized enabling sources. And this is we were greatly collaborated with a team from Mexico Digital. Scores go from 0 to 100 and reflect relative development in each place. 100 in one place is not the same as 100 in another sub-indicator. But what we want to show is the relative position of countries for each sub-indicator in Latin America. And that is why these cannot be extrapolated outside Latin America. We're working with a team in Spain to see how certain countries of the region behave in comparison to Spain with our indicators to be able to have the comparison, but it's not included in this version. And lastly, there are weightings. Last year, it was an even weighting, but now we have assigned a great weight to enabling factors, and then R&D, and finally the adoption. And this is on account of a conversation that we had with the advisory technical committee that told us which were the most relevant aspects in terms of strengthening the ecosystems. It's not the same as being part of international agencies as well as have 5G activities in the development of the technology. It's not that this is irrelevant, on the contrary, but the emphasis that we would like to put into the index has to do with that weighting. And so, in sum, 19 countries. We included several countries of Central America, which was a methodological challenge in how to pick up the data for some of these. We increased the number of sub-indicators, and we also audited these sub-indicators, and also we increased coverage with this greater number of countries and the number of members in our technical advisory committee, whom I constantly thank you for your patience, your delivery, and the will to review each one of these elements when it comes to making what we are looking at more robust. Having said that, let's now review the general findings. The first thing is that we found in all 19 countries we categorized three groups of countries: the pioneers, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay, with scores that are not too different. And also the increase in sub-indicators means that we have less variance among them, because probably since we're capturing certain data better, this shows better the actual situation in the region. Then we have the adopting countries that stand out in some or more than one dimension, but did not achieve the level of the top three. And so finally, we have the explorers, countries that still have skills that are not at the level of the others. And then you can see this later on in the detail of the index. And another interesting thing is the correlation between the indicators when it comes to see how the governance behaves with enabling factors or R&D, and see how different elements affect the development and the maturity of each ecosystem. The second thing, as I said, we were emphasizing on the talent this year together with LinkedIn. We saw the concentration of the presence of talent associated to AI in the entire labor force in Latin America. And what we have seen over the last 8 years is there's an increase in all countries of the region. There is an increase, with the exception of two countries, Venezuela and, if I am not wrong, Guatemala. But when we take a look at this, we used to have a video here. Technicians, do you not have a video? Where? Is it here? Maybe the video should be here or the next slide. No? No video. You will see it later. But happened here is that this was flat, and the different countries appear: Luxembourg, Estonia, and we see that the countries of Latin America, although their relative position has increased in terms of talent in AI, that increase is not even what the countries of the global north were 8 years back. So although we are growing, we're still Well, here, this is for the sector of IT and mass media. And what we see here is that the purple column shows the relative penetration of AI in those specific sectors in the countries that you see here. As you see, Israel, 2.5% of the professionals in the sector, and then you see with the different countries were considerably further behind with these percentages. However, when you take a look at this same phenomenon, when we see the AI skills in engineering, this is what happens. We have this tremendous gap. But when you see the literacy skills, which are basically the ability to use them as a people, as generative models of AI, Jenny Bath and others, the gap is far less. In fact, Uruguay or Costa Rica exceed Luxembourg. And so there, the gap is not so big. And so this is a great opportunity in order to develop that talent in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Another thing that we found is that the challenge is not only in training human capital, but retaining them. This shows the flow of talent in countries in terms of AI. What we see is that all countries below zero, where it includes all the countries of the region, they lose talent as a rule, and they are net talent exporters. Where do the people go? Probably to the global north, which are over the zero because they are net importers. And so the challenge is not only training engineers and others in terms of AI, but also how do you have the spaces for them to be created?
Another interesting project that we have with the Ministry of Labor of Sense is seeing what the generative AI impact is in the labor market. For that, we took the most important institutions in Chile through the CACEN survey, and we divided them into the tasks that they undertook. And for each one of those tasks, we saw if AI could have a positive impact. This is if the task that that person was undertaken could be done with 50% probabilities of decreasing the time without losing quality. We have two findings here. First is that there are no occupations that are completely replaceable by AI in Chile. None. And second is what are the occupations that have the highest potential of improving this? 80%, 84% of the tasks developed by public administration professionals can be done in less time with the aid of AI. 72% of the activities undertaken by professionals and lawyers can be done in a better way and in less time with generative AI. And 70% of the tasks undertaken by teachers can be done in a better way and in less time with the help of generative AI. This is 5.6 million positions. And if we achieve this, it can be a contribution of 1.2 points of the GDP, additional to those of the growth that Chile has. In a crisis that we have currently in the country, that is great news. So we're working with the Ministry of Labor and other entities to create public policies to create these actions and leverage these opportunities. When we look at the competencies, we look at those that had grown the most, the skills within the labor force that grew more in 2023. And the interesting thing is the left side, which is the world. And these are trendy things, as you may say, generative models, neural networks, etc. And if you look at Latin America, these are skills that are mostly associated with this revolution of machine learning, speech recognition, pattern recognition, etc. Latin America is behind not only in terms of talent, but in the type of skills that we are acquiring. And why? There's several explanations, probably because we're not developers of technology, we just take technology. And this is something that shows the need of developing those competencies to retain talent and develop new tools. We double clicked on gender issues. And in this respect, as we have pioneers, adopters, and explorers, we identify three types of countries. We have those that have a proportion of researchers that are over 30% in green. This is they're better off than the rest of the region. We have those that are around average, 19.4 in yellow, and those that have a lower proportion than the average in purple. Something that calls our attention here is Chile. Chile has a very low participation of female researchers compared to the rest of researchers. And this is for the gender gap that we have in engineering. As I mentioned in the beginning, we tried to investigate or characterize academic research, multidisciplinary academic research using AI. We took the OECD disciplines. Here are the top 10 that use AI tools for their publications. What we see here is that after the pandemic, there is a very considerable growth in the use of AI tools in medical sciences. We have seen a significant decrease in business and economy, an explosion in physical sciences, and this reflects that AI today, more than having a relevant participation in Latin America, for the discipline itself, is a tool that enables other disciplines to produce more and better science in the region. We also noticed a lot of creativity and legislative interest. We have many bills that are currently being discussed at different levels in the region. And this is some words where we removed AI because it used up all the space. But it calls our attention to see here system and person, where legislators address AI from the point of view of a system and a person. But an interesting thing here is that out of the 38 bills, apart from these 5 words, the rest are quite divergent. This means that there isn't a common view on how to face this problem from the legislative and regulatory point of view. There isn't such thing as a Latin American position on how to take charge of this issue. And that is an opportunity of joint cooperation. Another element that is important as well is that we do not have ponies or unicorns. The ecosystem of startups and companies that are using AI currently is quite scarce. In the index, you will find a list of the startups and the companies that are using AI, but the average in the region is around 10 to 18 points for each one of them. In the case of companies in AI, Brazil is the lead due to its robustness. In unicorn companies, it is Chile, but that is due to regulatory issues. Brazil has more, but since it's more people, they get a better score. But what calls our attention here is that apart from those 3 or 4 exceptions, there isn't much presence of AI in the private sector, and that responds to what we saw before. And finally, and maybe this is reflected here, and Alvaro mentioned this before, when you look at public policies, when you review the strategies of AI in the different countries, when you listen to the declarations and become part of these instances, you see that there is a lot of interest for technology, but there isn't a sense of urgency. I asked an artificial intelligence to create a doomsday clock, which is what we needed for the final judgment, but with a dystopic view with Latin American colors. And here it is. Here we have a huge opportunity in literacy, in the development of capacities and using the data that is available. And we're seeing it pass by. And if we don't take care of this, we will have the consequences that we saw before. Gaps will increase. And the message that we want to convey is that there isn't a recipe here in our index, but there is a clear picture on where each country is standing and which are the opportunities that we can embrace. And hopefully we can transform that willingness into a sense of urgency. And to do that, you can count on Xenia. Thank you very much. The data is already open for live transmission. You can access the website through this QR code. This year, our website is quite improved. I would like to thank Cristi, Sole, and Lore, who were in charge of all of this happening. So please, let's give them a warm round of applause. also Estudio Prosa, Acrónimo, and all those who have made possible this access to data. And now I think we're breaking for coffee. Yes. Thank you very much, Rodrigo Duran, manager of Senia, executive director of ILIA, for presenting the main results. And as he said, we will now take a break. We will take a coffee break, 20-minute coffee break. And you will find it outside of the room to then continue with a stay where we will go in depth on the main findings and the progress of AI in the region. Thank you very much.
Fala e depois.
Bien, bienvenidos al segundo bloque de esta jornada. Saludos a
To greet everyone who are attending, but also those who are joining us online to get to know the outcomes of the second edition of the Latin American AI Index. Now we'll listen to the outcomes and findings in the enabling factors dimension, which is the foundation of artificial intelligence development. In this space, we will cover also successful AI applications that technology companies use to benefit people, to then close with a discussion panel with the purpose of inviting a discussion about opportunities, gaps, and challenges for countries in those factors that are enabled by artificial intelligence. To get to know about the main findings, we will welcome Soledad Cofre, who is part of ILIA's research team.
Bueno, primero.
First of all, thank you, Patricia. As you may have heard in the previous version, we heard about the overall findings, and we are now to focus on the first dimension, which is the enabling factors. Among the context we're going to cover here is a description of this dimension, what is the makeup, different levels, sub indicators that are part of this new 2024 edition, and the main findings that we've been able to identify. So what is measured through enabling factors that measures the progress of those elements and conditions that are the starting point for to be able to develop these AI ecosystems in an effective manner. And in this variable of enabling factors, there are three subdimensions. First one is infrastructure, second one is data, and the last one is human talent. Finally, in order to understand how these dimensions are made up, we wanted to give you an illustration, an example with the different levels that are part of each dimension. So at the core, we have enabling factors, and in that dimension, we have the infrastructure subdimension. In the infrastructure subdimension, we have one indicator which is called devices. It is important to mention that this is not only one of the indicators that are part of the infrastructure subdimension, that this is just an example. So in the devices indicators that are one, that is the homes that have a computer, access to smartphones, and adoption or IPv6. At the sub-indicator level, that's where we capture the data. That is to say, this is raw data that are then standardized to be able to set a score. So for this new edition of 2024, the new sub-indicators that were added to this version are shown in color. So for the infrastructure subdimension, we have connectivity as an indicator with 7 new sub-indicators. We have mobile network coverage, access to internet in homes, active subscription to a mobile broadband, among others. For the same infrastructure subdimensions, we have computation and devices indicators, so with different sub-indicators. On the one hand, certified data centers and smartphone access, but for the data subdimension in the data barometer indicator, no new sub-indicators were added in this indicator. The sub-indicators of the previous edition were maintained. And finally, for the human talent subdimension, for indicators such as AI literacy, professional training, and AI and advanced human talent, new sub-indicators were added. Science-based early education, English skills, in also master's degree and PhD programs for students. So first, the main findings, those who do not compute do not compete. We need computation infrastructure elements. Last year, we measured a cloud sub-indicator, but for this year, we added a new sub-indicator, which is HPC infrastructure capacity, measuring the teraflops-based capacity of each country. So in orange, we can see how infrastructure is lagging behind in the region. Now for the cloud sub-indicator, we can see that scores are much more even regarding or compared to the regional score, unlike the infrastructure score, where we have a regional average score of 12 points and a country that skyrockets in leading this indicator, which is Brazil. So we do need, and if we as a region in Latin America, we want to develop artificial intelligence, we need to devote resources to this matter. Now, another finding that is relevant was the one regarding specific opportunities following the same line of infrastructure that is needed in the region. There's a lack of such infrastructure for safe and efficient data management. We wanted to compare this with this certified data center score to look at how scores in the region are quite uneven. Costa Rica is leading Panama and Uruguay. They show certain higher maturity level in the matter, but there's an untapped opportunity in digital industrial development in most of the countries in the region, showing a regional score on average of 18 points. On the other hand, another finding that we thought was quite important was to start by the basics. In this large subdimension of human talent that we discussed in our index, we measured from basic skills and competencies in the youth in order to develop AI up to advanced human talent. That is to say, at the graduate level, especially for the human talent subdimension and the AI literacy. We took the early science-based education indicator, where we finally can see that in terms of the region, we have several countries that are still very low in this regard. This was measured through the PISA assessment test that is focused on high school students. So the challenge is to teach the youth in these basic skills. Now, in this same human talent subdimension for the advanced human talent indicator, we have sub-indicators of master's degrees based on AI and PhD on AI for the universities that are part of the 1,000 of the different rankings. And in the region, we have several challenges showing several countries in these scores that are at the 0 level. So finally, we get a regional average score at the master's degree of 10 and 5 for PhD programs. So we have challenges both in terms of capacity building and skills development in early education, but we also have it in our advanced human talent. So starting by the basics is to start with the skills and capabilities of our youth. Now, another finding that we thought was important to mention is limited, however, cheap access. This is focused in the access to smartphones through a simple comparison between the smartphone or the cheapest smartphone and purchasing power parity. So the analysis was how costly it is for countries to have access to these smartphones. And finally, we can see how the scores are quite remarkable. We see Panama leading here, Mexico, Brazil, but still there's an impact on digital inclusion. So we have challenges for technology development and digital equality in the region. And along these same lines, access without quality. And we can see this through the sub-indicators that are connected with mobile networks. In purple, we can see the average mobile download speeds. In gray, the coverage of mobile capacity. We see Brazil and Uruguay are quite sound in their scores, unlike Guatemala, where we see it in red here. On average, download speed is okay and mobile network coverage, but we can see how in terms of active mobile broadband subscriptions, the score is 14. That can be compared to the fact that Guatemala is below the regional average score, only 24 points. That is to say, it has lower or more limited access for mobile devices. So along those same lines regarding mobile networks sub-indicators, that there are challenges and infrastructure requirements for each one of the rural areas in the different countries. Next, we're still lagging behind regarding 3G. And this is quite self-explanatory. This is the 5G implementation score of each one of the countries that were studied with a regional score of 9 points. For Latin America, there's a very uneven deployment of the 5G technology because that means limitations to the access to these emerging technologies. And this year's indicators edition, Chile is leading here. What were the public policies that the tendering processes, for example, allowed to implement? So the invitation is for you to read the report that is part of this and in this part of the chapter, which is enabling factors. Now, something else that is also quite important is a counterintuitive gap. Quite surprising to see these data because the question was, what competencies that have been available on the market for 2 years have a significant gender gap? Why among AI literacy competencies, women only cover for 20% of that score? Why in engineering competencies, women have a 27% share? So it is important to understand what happened. And that question we want also you to ask yourselves. see a smaller share of women, both in terms of engineering and AI literacy, and we intend to see a higher degree of share. Last but not least, we have the AI engineering in the maturity process. The chart shows the relative penetration of AI competencies in different productive sectors for different countries in the study, where the red line, vertical red line, accounts for relative penetration of AI globally. And therefore, we can see how Brazil is an exception in this regard in financial services and professional services. So we can see how, as a region, we still need to do so much more to develop these competencies to be above the regional average. And although our industry is less sophisticated than we would expect. And so, thank you very much. And the invitation now is to scan this QR code and to navigate the report.
Le damos las gracias.
To thank Soledad Cofre for this very detailed presentation with quite relevant data regarding the findings in this key dimension of the index with access, cloud culture, etc. Next, we're going to invite the technology manager at Plural Brazil, Rafael Augusto Teixeira, a platform of one of the largest companies in terms of education in Brazil, Somos Educação, that worked together with Amazon Web Services on a generative AI system that is able to aid teachers in their planning. That's called Plural AI. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to greet all authorities here and all everyone who is attending this event today. A special thanks to Osenia organization and AWS for this invitation. So I'm Rafael Teixeira. I'm the Senior Technology Manager at Somos Educação in Brazil. To start, let me explain quickly who is Somos Educação. Somos Educação is part of Cogna Group Brazil. Somos Educação is one of the largest educational groups in Brazil. Our focus is on basic education or K-12 education. We have 10 educational systems in Brazil. We have more 4 publisher or editorial labels and about 15 complementary solutions in partnership with companies around the world. So our growth was fast during the COVID pandemic. So nowadays we have 2 million students that access our digital platform called the Plural every year. And we have about 10,000 schools in public and sector education in Brazil. And we have about 120,000 teachers that access our platform every year. We also began to some partnership with states of Brazil, worked together Bahia, Mato Grosso, and Pará states in the public education. So Somos Educação serves nowadays both the private schools and the public schools in Brazil. So let me introduce Plu. Plu is an intelligent assistant designed to empower the teacher in their teaching process and to help the students in the learning experience. The Plu was made with the high quality content that Somos Educação produce every year. So we are using generative AI to deliver in partnership with AWS Brazil to deliver some useful features to the teacher and some other tools to the students. So our main goal here is to deliver a more quality time to the teacher to focus on the most important, that is the students. So this is image, is our platform, Plural here. We have a digital book here. We have the assistant that the teacher can interact over the platform here. So I will show several samples of the assistant, but before this, why is Plu safer or different from the other solutions because use all Somos Education high quality content that Somos Educação produces every year. And through a process called embedding, we get this content and the artificial intelligence organize this content in several knowledge bases. So each interaction, the assistant, the tool or technology will search the best content to deliver the best answer over a content the schools knows, the school already uses every day. This make it the solution more reliable to the schools and to the students. We don't use any information from the large models or from the internet to deliver this answer, just the content that we produced. So the first case of user that will show you generation of personalized plans, lessons plans, for example. I choose here a book, a chapter, the duration of this class, and the topic I want to teach in this day, for example, and ask to generate the plan. So the assistant will generate all the stages of this class to the teacher with the objectives, the duration, some resource, the opening, the development of this class, with all content summarized by topics, and at the end we will make a conclusion for this class. So at the end of this generation, the assistant will ask to the teacher, okay, do you have a lesson plan? Do you want to generate a list of exercise? Do you want to generate a resume or summary of this content? Or do you want to generate extra imagery here? So I will choose to generate a list of questions. So the assistant will produce 3 questions of some types. For example, one question of essay type, another in the multiple choice, and so on. At the ending of this generation, the assistant will ask again to the teacher, okay, do you have the lesson plan? Do you have the exercise? Do you want any more? Do you want another resource? And I will choose in the next to make a resume, to make a summary of this content. So the assistant will again get the content, will deliver all topics of this class from the content that the teacher already knows. This is useful to the teacher remember some aspect of the topic or bring it to or share with the students. So the last one, the teacher can choose here to make some images to this class. So the assistant using by generative AI will generate some images here about the topic of the lesson. So it's about the Egypt. So that the teacher can use this for some activities, some presentations, some dynamic with the student here. Another case, our assistant is prepared for doubts or content summaries, for example, resuming a table, the Brazilian biomes and their characters. So the assistant will produce just the teacher asked to it. So the table with the main biomes in Brazil. Another example is exercise list generation. In this case, the teacher can choose the quantity, how many questions he wants to generate, and the type of these questions. And all questions have the correct answers and explain how this answer was made by AI to prepare the teacher. Another interesting case is the assistant helping the teacher to build some presentations. For example, here you ask the assistant create a presentation about the Brazilian biomes again. You split the content into some slides. So the assistant will get the content, we get the main topics, and we divide it into some slides to ready to use the teacher, make some presentation with it. And we now integrated this tool some apps. In this case, we used here the Gamma app to show the sample for you, the same text that assistant generate. We put here, we choose the template, and we ask it to generate a ready presentation for this teacher. So nowadays we are developing partnership with AWS, our own media generation. Until the end of this year, we have inside in our assistant complete to generate slides, videos, and other medias to education. You see here some few clicks. The teacher have several resources to bring to the class and give more quality time to do other things and focus in the student. Another case here is explain complex topics in a different cognitive levels. For example, I ask here to explain the transport of substance in the cells in the cognitive level of 8 years old child. So the assistant will compare the transport of substance in the cells with the house, compare the cells with the house. So the membrane is like the walls, windows of the cells, and the people that go in and go out of the house is similar to the substance. So the people needed some help to enter or go out of the cells is more like the active transport of substance in the cells. For example, this analogy to explain a complex topic for a child, for example. Their case here is for a high, extremely personalized classes. In this case, I asked to the extent, okay, I want to make a debate with my students about the environmental conservation related to catastrophe and climate impacts. And I want to make an opening as examples of actions that influence the weather, the concept of greenhouse effect, and the end of this debate, I want to bring some practical samples how the student can help the environment. So it's exactly that the assistant here are doing here, and give it to the teacher, work this with their classes. The opening samples of the actions, the concept of greenhouse effect. And the last one, the last is that I bring here is make some student trails for the student or student plan. For example, I want to generate a 30-minute student plan per day for student inorganic substance. And please add 3 activities in the end of this student plan. So the assistant will generate day per day, what topics of content, what the annotations, and finishing with their activities here. When we talk about AI, we need to talk about responsible AI. This is we work hard to make our assistant more secure. And for example, here we try to broken the guardrails and the other mechanisms that we developed in this year, and try to ask something inappropriate here, the assistant. So the assistant would say, oh, apologize, I cannot generate this type of content, but you can find some other contents to work with this topic in your class. We launched the assistant in April this year in BET Brazil. BET Brazil is the largest, I think, the largest educational fair in Brazil. So since then, we have made a lot of demonstration, a lot of pilot with students and teachers, and the feedbacks was very impressive. Like the teacher saying that the assistant helped the teacher to get off to a faster start. Help the teacher to think in a different form, save time, give quality to the classes, and the result with AI is better than without AI. So this is my content. Feel free to contact me if you have another question, another doubt, or want to know a little bit more about the Somos Educação or about the Blue or technology. And I thank you, senior organization, AWS. Special thanks to Somos Educação and the digital team of Somos Educação that works in plural. There are several people that work hard every day to deliver a better education for all. Thank you.
Le damos las gracias al gerente de tecnología.
We thank the Plural Brazil Technology Manager for presenting the details of this innovative app and showing the technological progress made so relevant to the educational system in Brazil. And now we will open up for discussion to the members of the panel, moderated by the senior researcher Chris Denia, and also including experts on ecosystems, AI. And we are going to greet Sebastián Ravida, who is the officer responsible for innovation and new technology at the Division of Productive and Business Development at ECLAC, Philippe Navo, who is the president of Slovak, Lorena Echeverri, PhD in IT for Pedesiva, University of the Republic of Uruguay, and Milanela Sanchez, Senior Manager for Public Policy in Latin America and the Caribbean of Amazon Web Services. So thank you all very much for being with us this morning.
Hola a todos, sean muy
Hello to all of you. Welcome. We will start our discussion with a question for Marianela Sanchez. Considering what Rodrigo showed previously, at the index, we see that there is a deficiency in terms of infrastructure. How and to which extent do cloud service providers support AI to fill in this gap? Good morning still. Hello. Thank you very much for having us here for Amazon Web Services. It is a pleasure to be part of this event. And thank you very much, Senia, for taking us into account as always. As the report said, and as you were asking, in technology companies, we have an important challenge to democratize access to AI. And Amazon Web Services has undertaken the task to make technology accessible to anyone who wants to use it. And that's why we have our AI services available to 300,000 clients all over the world, because we believe that that is how we can transform the world. However, we saw that added to the lack of infrastructure in each one of our countries, there are limitations to the access and use of the cloud. And the cloud is the catalyzer to use new AI technologies. And hopefully over the next years, we can see that indicator increasing not only for the creation of physical infrastructure in our countries, but also in the use and adaptation of the cloud service. We strongly believe that we need to strengthen the startups system. And it was mentioned today in the results, we do not have ponies or unicorns in our region. And we believe that they are the driving force that will make innovation a reality in our region. In fact, practical applications of AI are varied, and we can see them in the healthcare system where AI can read imaging in a better way, or we can see it in education, as it was presented by the virtual assistants of Somos Educação, or the technology world where we are involved, where AI can create codes that suppress human errors. We can attain a lot with it, and that's why in Amazon Web Services, we created a generative AI accelerator that is mostly a catalyzer to make available for those innovative companies with the tools and the use cases that they need to continue growing. And finally, but not less important, we need to create public trust so that the use and development of AI can take place in a responsible way. In Amazon Web Services, we believe that design, implementation, development of this technology needs to respect the rule of law, human rights, equality, and privacy. We do not create just for the matter of creating. In this life cycle, we test, because we believe and we're aware of the fact, and we include in our conviction that success in size also implies greater responsibility. Thank you, Marianela. In this same line, I wanted to ask you, Philippe. Brazil stands out in high performance. And being there, what is your global view? Which factors do you believe influenced Brazil becoming a leader? First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this panel representing SCALAC, which is the advanced computing system for Latin America and the Caribbean. For Brazil, there are several factors involved with infrastructure. In the last top 500, which are the most important 500 computers in the world, 8 are located in Brazil. But behind this, there is a large investment of oil company Petrobras. And this company is among approximately 5 or 6 of these are investments from Petrobras. These are machines that Petrobras buys to use in their oil research for gas and oil as well. But Petrobras also invests in institutions such as universities. And therefore, there are machines in the scientific computing national laboratory in Rio, in Bahia, from SENAC. There are also investments in machines bought with money from Petrobras. However, what increases that investment is a law passed more than 20 years ago by the Brazilian government, which forces to invest a percentage of the income of oil companies in research. And with that, it forces these companies to invest, and that helps development in computing and having all that infrastructure in Brazil. I believe that those are the main factors. We have the law from the government. There's also interests from large oil companies and other factors from the industry and the needs that it has that influence the infrastructure that we have. Thank you. Thank you, Philippe. In the same line, we saw that another relevant factor was having talent. I want to ask you, Lorena. Uruguay is a leader in advanced human talent indicators. From your experience as a teacher or professor or a researcher in the area, what is the influence of the ecosystem of higher education? Thank you, Chris, and thanks, Senia, for this invitation. I had the honor of accompanying the entire process of ILIA 2024. I celebrate this initiative. I will speak as a professor and researcher of the Computing Institute of the School of Engineering of Universidad de la República. I believe that part of the answer to that question is that the robust higher education ecosystem with this university that just celebrated its 165th anniversary this year is that it provides free education all over the country. And there are approximately 140,000 students in the university in different areas of knowledge with different graduate and postgraduate degrees. I believe that that is part of the key for the success. And along that, there is a sustained effort in public investment in education and research in my country. I believe that we still have many challenges. Uruguay invests 0.6% of its GDP in research and development activities, which doesn't reach the numbers that we wanted as a community. But it is key for us sustaining such a system of research, innovation, and education that is quite reasonable. There is another key factor as well, and that will continue being key, which is the cooperation with research and education centers at a regional and international level. There is a vast trajectory of cooperation, and that is part of the challenges. I think we need to promote cooperation even more within our region to improve these indicators in the rest of the countries. And those that are doing better, improve them even more, and those that have more problems, help them. I believe that what I was mentioning in the context of my country has led to a timely offer of postgraduate programs, as the index showed. There's some research centers. I'm part of one called Cicada, which is part of this entire ecosystem. But I believe that we have two challenges. One is that we are only a few people for all the work that we have ahead. I think that we need to increase that critical mass of trained people to continue working in all of these literacy, awareness, and research stages within the different levels of our society. And with it, I would like to go back to strengthening regional cooperation. One idea that I believe is reasonable to be implemented is student exchange programs in different educational levels and postgraduate degrees and other levels, creating regional groups that makes it more interesting for students to move within the region. And with that, I would like to close my comments. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Lorena. Sebastián. It has been mentioned quite often, and we saw this in the index as well, the context of public policies. I would like to ask you, from your point of view, which should be the priorities of governments and states in terms of public policies to improve the position of Latin America in artificial intelligence and leverage it for our economic and productive development? Thank you very much, Chris. I believe that the question could be addressed during this entire morning or even more. There are several factors. And if we think about it from the productive point of view, as you were asking, it has to do with one of the factors that was mentioned in the presentation of Rodrigo this morning and this recent one regarding enabling factors. First, it has to do with this need of having relevant institutions that can handle and guide digital transformation, to have an institutional capacity and governance capacity, because there are cross-cutting topics, as Rafael was saying, what happens in education, or as what you were saying, how digital transformation and AI can support access to healthcare or the resolution of problems linked to climate change. So these are cross-cutting topics, and we need to think about the institutional capacity that we need to have within our countries and the coordination of different public and private institutions. with civil society. I believe that that is one important thing that we need to start with. Currently in the region, out of the 33 countries, only 9 have a basic agenda for artificial intelligence. And it's not only a matter of having an agenda or a strategy for AI, we need to see the critical points and the contribution. And when we analyze critical points, usually it has to do with topics mostly related to what was mentioned this morning in one of the sessions. And it has to do with ethical factors and not only the appropriation of how digital transformation can help. And one of the things that we have always insisted here in ICLAC that has to do with this relevance and productive transformation, because it is the only way in which we can improve the levels that we currently have. Linked to that, undoubtedly, we need to think about the following. And Philippe was mentioning this very clearly: infrastructure. And with infrastructure, computing capability will be critical, not only to look into the capacity of adoption, but for us to be developers of AI solutions for the requirements that we have. Because many times we take solutions or services that are thought for other regions or other realities. Therefore, I believe that there we can improve many things, that we need the impact of the artificial intelligence to see how we can support economic growth and the development of artificial intelligence.
Other relevant factors are related to social elements, and we have to be working very hard in this area. We're always measuring the digital skills, but we need to understand how we are prepared or how we will be preparing towards the future, not only to adopt this digital transformation, and it should not become a polarizing element as we have a highly heterogeneous region, very unequal, very polarized, so that AI digital transformation does not become a transformation for a more unequal society. We need to develop more training at different level, depending on the situation in which these different people are in. And finally, and together, with the skills, with the necessary skills for all this, I believe that something that was mentioned cross-sectionally is related to the development of artificial intelligence is the capacity to develop the data culture. The basic supply for development is to have a certain culture and a possibility of working with data. And we still have situation that is fully uncoordinated, even at the level of the public sector, that have data of certain people or others, and we're still missing many different elements. Of course, coordination and work with the private sector, as already mentioned by AWS, is another element that we have to strengthen in trying to own the possibilities of digital transformation. Thank you, Sebastian. And taking into consideration that very last point, I would like to open the floor for the 4 panelists about accountable artificial intelligence that is related to data, how we connect the data, given the lack of robust institutions that are working with governance in this area in Latin America, and taking into account the example of the European Union as an example, how can governments guarantee ethical development that will anyhow promote all these activities for AI? Who would like to start? Well, this is a problem. The ethical aspect of artificial intelligence, this is something that is growing. The main concern of the governments, the society is a main concern throughout. I believe that what is important is maybe to have governments working together. Otherwise, what will happen is that governments will create a regulation, another government, another one. And I think that is very wide in terms of defining a specific ethical perspective in AI. Probably what will be easier is to have the different works very similar to the European Union as well as GPDR. The governments in Latin America have to define a line of work that is quite similar, and that together we would have something that will enable and define an ethical aspect in Latin America. Otherwise, each government will have their own ethical perspective on how to work. Therefore, this will not work together. Application of the ethical aspect will be dependent on suppliers. So some countries will have a certain regulation, other countries will have a different regulation, and probably they will need to work together so that the different suppliers can really work together.
Gracias, Felipe. Marianela, ¿quieres tomar?
Marianela? Responsible or accountable artificial intelligence is still a topic of discussion in the world, and it will keep on evolving. For AWS, Amazon Web Services is supported by different pillars, and this is controllability, safety, equity, robustness. It has to be explainable, transparency, and governance. And it would take the whole morning to explain each of the pillars, in which we are measuring and basing all the services before placing them available for the public. But maybe I can transfer all these pillars in 4 best practices we have identified for AI to be deployed responsibly. The first one is always to have the consideration of your people first. Human capital is really something that is invaluable. It has to be developed. The more this human capital has better skills, it will be much better in deploying the AI. We have to assess risks step by step, and the more specific is the case, it is easier to assess the risks and the limitation in terms of security that need to be implemented for the system to work responsibly. We have to, along the process, create iterations. As any critical process, artificial intelligence and its life cycle is infinite, and it is why we have to keep on repeating and repeating it. And the last recommendation is we have to test, and retest. The strict tests are what will be allowing us to understand where the solutions are heading to. And the secret strategy behind success is no other than the strict tests that need to be carried out. Thank you very much. My comments are well aligned with my 2 colleagues in the panel. I really like from the European regulation is the idea of regulating use. Regulate the use more than just technology. Many of the aspects that are related to responsible artificial intelligence, as mentioned by Marianela, is already regulated in our countries. Many have to have relation to security, privacy, and others. This already exists. And we have been talking about regulations, new regulations, and there is much that already exists, probably. This counterposition of innovation with regulation seems to me that we need to reduce it. This should not be in counterpositions. We usually hear this idea of regulation without innovation. No, maybe we will have more innovation, a different area for innovation, and it will be probably necessary to be aware of the ethical principles that we need to safeguard. We always hear ethics, as well mentioned earlier. It is a concept that can be sort of a diffuse concept. We need to generate these recommendations and good practices that go to different areas. We talk about ethics, it seems not to be able to be tackled. What are we talking about when we're talking about transparency? Which is the data that was used? Which are the tests that were taken? I want explanations on certain definitions. These are all different tastes, if you wish, of transparency. I wanted to be clear in where we want to be standing in. And I think that is where we need to head to not be afraid when we talk about ethics. Just an additional point, something that we are missing, and given the relevance that the data is having, is related to the strengthening or the creation of institutions that are dedicated to data governance, which is where we should be working in. Of course, we should always understand the GDPR experiences that might exist, but we have to start from that area to create this activity. And we have to have different capacities, funds, and others. And something else we need to be thinking of is to make use of regional spaces. There are different areas, a regional area that are working in these areas. We are working in these areas, and we have to make use of this space so that we should be the ones thinking about this governance to be able to position the idea of what type of governance we wish for, and to have a common position in these topics that we're not having nowadays. Well, thank you very much, Sebastian. We are on time. I want to thank the 4 panelists for their participation. We want to thank all our panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much for participating. And they not only invited us to think about the gaps, but also about how to turn these into opportunities for development of AI. So thank you very much. We want to thank everybody that is here in launching this second ILIA. And for those that are here with us through the online participation. We will now start with the third block, which is research, development, and adoption. It's a measurement of the index that is fundamental in assessing the different processes of R&D and the private-public group, considering an analysis of the integration area of AI in these different sectors. In understanding the main findings in this dimension, we would like to invite Cristina Flores, part of the research team of ILIA 2024. Thank you. Now we will be moving forward, and thank you for being here with us and be willing to hear this whole presentation that can be very dense, very concentrated. And we will go to the next stage, which is related to research, development, and adoption. The second element of the index, we will see something very similar to what Soledad presented. So we can see what this is composed of, the main indicators and findings. And maybe we can ask for the panel to work on these areas. We mainly, it's research, development, and adoption at public and private level, at academic and level, and others. You will have 3 subdivisions that are not behaving properly in terms of development and adoption. Maybe they will not have significant changes according to indicators if compared to last year's, but we are incorporating new things, that means that no general elements will be moving around. The composition of this dimension, same as the whole index has, both, where you can see an example here, mainly the one related to development that has three sub-indicators where we obtain information. In this case, is open source productivity, quality, and amount of patents. This is how we are building the numbers to get to the classical distribution that you have that goes from 1 to 100. One important things in the research indicator, you will see that in 2023, we had 5 sub-indicators where we obtained the information. This year, we added 4 of these, and they are important as some are related to participation in A+ activities, and it is key to measure how we are participating, same as in the proportion of authors, something that we are generating from the very beginning, and also the very stable production, meaning that the numbers, when you read the report, those that are comparing or remembering the results of 2023, you will see that there's a drop in the numbers. This is not comparable because it is related to what is happening this year, and it is explained by this area. There's an increase of data, complexity of data, and also requirements on how we're measuring ourselves.
As for the innovation and development indicators, we'll see that here we include a few things that already Rodrigo mentioned. Bonus and unicorns, application development, the entrepreneurship environment, everything that actually enriches the data. And in terms of industry and government, there are several new things. For example, high technology sector in terms of workers, manufacturing, digital government. So we need to look at the data, always considering these tables that are a guideline about the data that we are presenting. Let's look at some of the findings. First, in terms of research, ecosystems that are maturing, there's a trend, and we'll see it in a chart in terms of increased publication numbers. It's important to see how many countries in Latin America, in purple, have at least 2 consistent researchers working on AI. There's significant diversity in the results, but this is an interesting indicator because there's an ecosystem in maturation as well as research centers. 11 of the 19 countries do have AI research centers. This year's report includes a list of all the centers and the criteria to be chosen as the centers that might be part of this list. This gives us an overview of how we are maturing at this level of here include because it is important. These are the scores. Remember that scores range from 1 through 100, but these are actual scores for consistent researchers. Research ecosystems in academicians in each one of the countries are quite diverse. Bolivia has some 30 researchers. 30% accounts for 10 people who are working on that, whereas Brazil has 10,000 researchers working. So these percentages also change depending on the type of diversity of ecosystem. So if we double click into this, you can do that in the report. You can see the scores in that perspective. This one shows the evolution since 2010 until 2022 in terms of publications. This line here shows the Latin American average, clearly an upward trend, but double clicking in it is important because that shows how we are maturing. A second important finding deals with the gap regarding productivity and impact. One thing is how much we are producing, and something else is what is the impact of that in the overall ecosystem. And here we can see the gap between the purple line and the orange line in terms of the impact regarding the number of quotes that a publication gets overall. For example, in ecosystems such as Honduras, high productivity, actually a leader, always standardized, always considering the fact that this is a score, but with a low impact. So one needs to look at this relationship, how a lot of it is produced, what is the impact, and you need to go into the details. What's the status of Latin America? we can say it emphasizing or being serious about it. Our director Alvaro Soto at some point asked us, well, scores are reflecting when we compare ourselves to Latin America as if we were doing very well, but where are decisions being made and where is discussion taking place regarding AI? Is main tracks, side events, and large conferences. So in terms of score, we measure this engagement and minimum engagement of Latin American authors. But these are, Chile is leading, but these are the numbers at 19 participations in track and 51 in side events. And these are conferences that carry thousands of publications and papers. In the case of Mexico, 65 participations. In Uruguay, it's 4. These are the numbers that position us as a limited engagement in these types of instances that are key to the development of AI. 4, gender. Once again, an emphasis on 2 figures that Rodrigo and Soledad mentioned, but the perspective for Latin America as a whole. All countries involved are here. This line represents the expected 50%. Latin America behaves at the 30 points, 30%, and we are at 26 today, clearly emphasizing once again on the importance of being able to emphasize on the gender gap. 5, collaboration. This table holds lots of information, but it shows 2 important periods from 2012 to 2017, and now between 2018 and 23. This is a distribution of collaborations, international collaborations by region. But let's look at the totals. In the 2012-2017, there were 9,532 collaborations, and it went up to 23,850. We talk about political, regulatory collaborations. Of course, this is moving, and there's also an interesting movement of the places, the locations where these collaborations are taking place. Collaborations with India and China, of course, that all makes sense. They are growing. So this is an element to take into account. This chart, this table, it doesn't add up score, but it is a finding because it shows what is the movement, what is the behavior of academic collaboration. Multidisciplinary nature of this. I think you showed this, but let's emphasize on what elements are present in the clinical telemedicine, where AI is being used in other disciplines. This is also a clear use, and we see it in economy and business. These lines need to be kept. So this is a key that is showing the impact of AI. Number 7, an expanding community. And it is important because we are shifting from the research pillar, which is very strong because of the number of indicators involved. But let's look now at the importance of open source productivity. This year, Panama was above Uruguay. It was the opposite last year, but Uruguay still has a very good position in terms of open source quality and position. And this is an area where we have a lot to grow. It's a low average compared to the total. And now we know the importance of open source is not only for those who do programming, it's a basic thing of making these technologies more democratic. So this is an important finding because of that. And on top of that, patents. This is an indicator that almost doesn't show any variability compared to 2023. But it's important to mention how Mexico and Brazil still are at the leading edge compared to other countries in terms of investment opportunities. Once again, these are the numbers. In millions of inhabitants, Mexico has 422 patents per million inhabitants, Brazil 384. So here, these are 2 powers that are promoting this type of indicators. And finally, I know you've seen this QR. It will take you to the same place, but the invitation is to explore the data. At the top of the webpage, that works for phones as well. You can draw dynamic charts. So you enter the sub-indicators that you want to compare, and it will show you a personalized chart for you to visualize. So try to work with those data because they're very interesting. Thank you. We'd like to thank Cristina Flores for presenting the results of the research, development, and adoption of the findings that challenge everyone to keep boosting the knowledge creation through AI in Latin America and the Caribbean. One of the most important aspects in this sense is collaboration among different stakeholders of AI ecosystems, academia, the public sector, and the private sector, those who can drive innovation. Next, we'd like to invite Alex Pessoa, Head of Legal and Corporate Affairs, Director of Microsoft Chile and Peru, who will present about the Guacamaya project, where artificial intelligence is at the service of preservation of biodiversity.
Un aplauso.
A round of applause for Alex, please.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I'm going to show a video. I hope it works.
¿Con cuál es? ¿Con el verde? Ahí está.
The Amazon is losing 10,000 acres a day due to deforestation. At this rate, nearly half of it could be gone by 2050. This continuous destruction is devastating millions of species that call the Amazon home.
Necesitamos resolver deforestación en Colombia.
Introducing Project Guacamaya, a new scientific partnership using AI to speed up data analysis, cutting down a process that took decades to find fast, innovative solutions to preserve the Amazon. Planet Labs provides satellite images, enabling researchers to quickly detect deforestation with AI.
Las imágenes satelitales son muy importantes porque a partir de ellas podemos tener una estimación de cuál es la cobertura del bosque y cada día podemos ver cómo está cambiando la cobertura del país.
Cameras capture images of animals, with AI identifying species in real time, allowing scientists to track animal populations without disturbing nature.
This is a very powerful technology that can also be transformative if we focus it on nature.
Special microphones record the sound within the Amazon over time. AI identifies what species are making those sounds and tells us if the rainforest is in distress. With this efficient process, researchers can observe change, anticipate events, and act to protect biodiversity.
Bioacoustic is a new way to understand the biodiversity. You can record with these kind of microphones, getting the understanding of the patterns of biodiversity, the ways of living in different communities based on.
Yo no fui.
That wasn't me. Okay. Well, anyway, you got the gist of it. First of all, I'd like to thank Senia for the invitation to be here and to congratulate Senia for the great work and methodology and the results you have shown today. It is interesting to see how AI allows countries, smaller countries, to be positioned ahead of those that are world powers. That is the opportunity that AI provides us with. In this case, we are going to see a project if this works.
Sí. Ya. Hemos llamado a...
We have called this alliance a co-creation alliance. This is a type of problem. The Amazon, the deforestation in Amazon is a problem that cannot be solved by a single industry or sector or a government because the Amazon has an impact on more than 8 countries, cannot be solved by a private company either nor academia. But together in Colombia, they've started to develop this public and private association, and the academia is involved. Universidad de los Andes of Colombia, Sinfonía Center, Humboldt Institute, SINTI, and from the point of view of Microsoft, we have our AI for Good lab, which is an artificial intelligence lab with the involvement of several researchers with the purpose of a number of vertical purposes covering livestock, food, forests, and in this case, the protection of the Amazon forest. This project basically has three pillars on which that I'd like to emphasize regarding the video, which is the huge impact that artificial intelligence may have on this type of problem. First, the issue of deforestation. Deforestation and the degradation of the Amazon, it's a huge problem of a magnitude that is hard to understand. Although lately we have seen some moderation in this deforestation process. The figures that I'm going to show you since 2001 until 2020, the loss of forest covered surface is huge. And the ways of following up and trying to understand deforestation is through an agreement we have signed in order to obtain satellite imaging that are then stored in our cloud in Azure, that allows us to get the a much more powerful information in a much quicker way. The second pillar is bioacoustics. We have set up a number of microphones in the Amazon forest, allowing us to capture animal sounds and birds sounds and different types of sounds through the use of AI, generative AI, and I'm going to show you how it works, which allows us to do this, to address this second pillar. And this third pillar is what we called the trap cameras, which is a set of cameras that are also being deployed in different locations of the Amazon forest with very impressive results that have increased efficiency of what biologists used to do mechanically before.
And so let's begin with the trap cameras. Obviously, what a biologist or an observer can do is multiplied by AI, in this case by 10. So you have a 90% efficiency in the same time that a single biologist could take images with the trap cameras show today results that are quite significant. The trap cameras have only one issue, and that is that they are fixed. And that is why it is so important to use the audio. The audio, contrary to the cameras, can be set up in a far more widespread manner. And this audio that uses AI in the following way, through prompts, we can ask them, the devices, to capture certain sounds that we're interested in, certain birds or insects, but also through AI, we can ask them to not pick up other sounds and determine certain detection conditions. So what we achieve with this is, after 500, 800 hours of listening, scientists are able to understand what sort of birds and animals there are in a certain area. And so for me, that information is not too relevant, but to them, it is essential because there are certain key species. And when those key species are or not in certain areas, it means that this could lead to good things or bad things from the environmental viewpoint, and hence the relevance of this second pillar. The Amazon, as I was saying, is, so to speak, at risk. This, of course, is not new. From 2001 through 2020, 520,000 hectares were lost in terms of deforestation due to different reasons. There are some that have to do with fires, forest fires resulting from global warming, and in that time period have disappeared an area equal to the size of Bolivia. Quite impressive. And also you have cattle rearing and agriculture that you have extensive use of the land causing a lot of damage. We have power stations, the 340 and another, and this figure is expected to double. And then we have illegal plantations, coke, and so many factors that mean that the Amazon is at risk. And so early detection of these phenomena is essential in order to prevent. One of the key aspects, therefore, is what I was calling the monitoring of deforestation. To date, this has been done via annotations by CINCHE in the case of Colombia, the CINCHE Institute. With this technology, we're not replacing the CINCHE Institute, but where we are giving them a far more powerful tool for the Institute to use. Now, here you can see the Guacamaya flow. At the top, what you see is a model of automated use of AI without human intervention that pursues the early detection of warnings with a precision of probably not that accurate as you see at the bottom of the graph. And why? Well, because at the top, using satellite imagery and applying the Guacamaya model, what we want is to detect early warnings, quick ones, maybe very broad in terms of the quality or granularity, but below you have interaction with maps and annotations, the different frequency and with quality data and an analysis with a long-term monitoring. And now the combination of the two environments and establishing a viewer geographically, it means that the system is able to make a giant leap ahead. I will try and explain this because, well, the truth is it was explained to me yesterday, but I will do my best to explain it to you today. Two interesting uses of the satellites. Previously, the system is fed in by an agreement that we have with Planet. This is done daily, but for the Amazon, we have daily satellite images. Is almost the same as an online image. Now, obviously, all of this goes to the CINCHE database where you have the information stored. Now, what is all this about? This is how we use the Guacamaya model. When the information enters via satellite images, the Guacamaya model is applied, and this results in a forest cover pixel system. And what it detects is green, there is forest, white, there isn't. As simple as that, but that is that powerful as well. And so let me show you, how does the model work? What the model does in the case of Guacamaya is these are annotations of deforestation mass using satellite imagery. And here the first example, the first case. Here you have a satellite image of 2022 provided by Planet. Now, this picture shows the annotations of CINCHE that are manual. The same image, 1 year later, 2023, I apply AI from Guacamaya and the computation on the cloud that we contribute. And the result of this, when I overlay the two, is detection of red areas. That is the detection of areas where there is a possible loss of forests. This result, the red areas, is the warning that I give the CINCHE for CINCHE to validate it with the manual annotators. And this is the trick of Guacamaya in terms of detecting the first case. Now, the second case that I would like to put to you is how the first part that I was saying, which is the detection before natural disasters. Now, the predictions that Guacamaya can give is in minutes, at the very most days, these satellite differences. And this could allow you to find or identify real-time deforestation events. Let me give you an example. Here you have an image, January 2023, of the Colombian Amazon. Now, here I am applying the Guacamaya model, and the pixels say green, there is forest, white, there's not. Now, if we have a fire on a particular day, which could be the day after what I showed you just now, what the model shows is that there will be a significant increase of the white non-forest area, and this warning will immediately reach Sinche, and Sinche will detect in under one day that there is a significant area of no forest. And think of the area that we're talking about here, millions of square kilometers. And so therefore, this detection in under 24 hours is essential in order to detect, in this case, the beginning of a forest fire that could have done away with millions of hectares. And lastly, the additional results in terms of prediction, they allow you to, well, put together the work of Guacamaya with the work of the annotators, and this is how you see it. This is how the Guacamaya work is reflected with the pixels and Sinche annotations. So I hope to have explained this in a way that was easily to understand in terms of what the Guacamaya project is about. That is, using AI, generative AI, in order to prevent and warn, especially deforestation in Guacamaya, and prevent these real lungs of the earth may be preserved. Thank you for your attention. Well, we thank the Director of Legal and Corporate Matters of Microsoft Chile Peru, Alex Pessoa, for his presentation. Thank you very much, Alex. And now we will open up for conversation using the panel moderated by the expert from the IDB, Blanca Torrico, and comprised of a panel of researchers, economists, and other specialists. We welcome Franziska Pfeiffer, who is the digital transformation expert of the German Agency for International Cooperation, Osvaldo Morales, in research from the International Institute of Astrophysics, Optica in Ahue, Mexico. And also Cookie Perez, PhD and economist, expert in science, data science, and a member of the Codea and Holster Councils, and Carlos Rodriguez, from General Manager of Microsoft Chile. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I have a double challenge today, and that is I'm competing with lunch. But also, I'm accompanied by a luxury panel of experts related to AI. And I would like to thank Xenia for the investigation and ECLAC for hosting this today. And I would like to get into our subject immediately and begin talking to our experts regarding the experts in R&D and the adoption. As we saw in the ILIA, the region still has certain challenges, especially in some countries that are still lagging behind in this area. So I would like to move straight away with a question for Cookie. And welcome, Cookie. Thank you for being with us here today. We saw in Alex's presentation a specific case of how the AI is being used to support the Amazon. But I would like to zoom in with you regarding progress made in R&D in the region. What could you tell us as to how AI is being used in Silicon Valley? Unfortunately, we have no microphone. No, yes. Well, thank you. I love that question because it's very grounded. Throughout my professional career, I worked in Silicon Valley and worked with technology companies, and these are digital natives. And so often what happens that here in Chile, I am director of certain companies, and they say, well, but Silicon Valley is something else. As though what is done there cannot be done here. The budgets, the number of resources, human capital, so different. But nevertheless, I always try to give concrete examples of how you can use AI and do R&D in a company and within a project. And so I would like to tell you about a very explicit case. It is fictitious, but I do believe that it might convey how we could do it. Let's suppose that you have an enterprise and a team of products, teams of engineers, designers, and so on. And we know that the biggest issue that we face is the customer drain. And it's not that all the issues that we're going to face on a day-to-day basis are tactical, price, customer loyalty and so on. But somehow we feel that there's no time available to do R&D. So you need another department in the company doing R&D. And how did we do this on a day-to-day? 20% of our roadmap is for more long-term projects to improve pains that we have in the team. For example, our predictive drain model, we know that has too many false positives and we don't have time to fix it, and you continue to use it. But if you say, well, 20% of the time of the team members will be used to improve the model, although it is a project of 1 year or 1.5. And in the meantime, you realize we need to train a new model, a specialized model. There's a professor in Stanford that is doing research into that. Let's collaborate. And so that is how, within the team, the same people who know and understand the business, they know what the business issues are. They are doing R&D projects and using AI and collaborating with others. This same model, I have tried to replicate it in Chile, where the people say, no, we have no budget for R&D. And I say, if you're all the time doing short-term projects, doing a change in a step function change is difficult. So this is like a very concrete example of how we can do this on a day-to-day basis. So thank you. And maybe I will also ask Carlos the same thing. Please tell us, how can the products and services and AI-based products directly benefit the population in the region? Well, I thank you very much for the invitation, and I thank you for the opportunity to share our viewpoint with you. I believe that AI products or goods and services are having a positive impact and will continue to do so in all industries. Today, we see cases, simple cases, such as physicians that need to do a diagnosis. And if they have the tools to focus on what they add value to and not just taking notes, this is in itself a great benefit if we see this at a global scale or general scale. The same thing is happening in agriculture or in models that predict fraud in banks. And so the way that customers will begin to interact or begin to evolve towards action with retailers, for example. Today, we're focused on transactions. I want to buy a shirt at this or that retailer, and so the retailer shows me goods, variety, price, and I am able to have the transaction. But the retailer loses an opportunity to, for example, offer me the possibility of using the shirt to a wedding. Maybe I need to travel because it's somewhere else, or they need transport at night. For example, if I'm going to drink and someone else needs to take me and bring me back. So maybe I have needs that are much broader and the retailers are not catch today.
Their margin is also affected by focusing not only on transaction, and I don't have the means to solve a broader need. And if we look back into technology over the last 30 years, I believe we all use Excel, PowerPoint, and those productivity tools that are quite natural for us currently. But imagine the same thing with AI tools. In fact, note-taking here was done by a generative AI tool that we have, and our clients have that as well. It gave me some notes on what I had to say, and then I developed it a bit more, but it saved me time for research for several hours, and presentations use those tools as well. Therefore, the use of tools that can allow us to have personal productivity, focusing on where we really add value and not waste time in tasks or other functions that are superficial and that do not lead us to generate value as we would like for it to be. Thank you. And generating value and having these tools to help our daily tasks is quite linked to skills and the task that we saw with the index presented today. And Eduardo, could you please tell us how the skills gap is being addressed for AI in the region according to the measurement, and what are the measures in place to train the labor force? Thank you very much for the invitation. And I would also like to congratulate the team that got together to create such an important index. First, I would like to talk about some of the challenges in terms of development in this area. One of them is the recognition of the area that is translated on the one hand on the lack of a budget for R&D, which is very important, and also in the lack of national strategies. Some countries are adopting it clearly, but there are others that are well behind in that sense. Another important aspect has to do with human resources. There are some groups in the different countries, however, they are small. They're not consolidated or with a large enough number to become competitive at an international level. And we can see that in communications. We saw, well, I'm sorry, with publications where there are publications in congresses that are quite low, as we saw on the indexes. There isn't enough human capital to train people in these techniques, people and politicians as well, so that they can make proper decisions. And in terms of infrastructure, we also have important problems. We're talking about equipment to build these large language models. There is connectivity. However, in rural areas, we are in problems because we have problems in terms of technology reaching those areas. And it is not only a matter of having infrastructure, it's a matter of leveraging it. Once we are connected, how do we use that connectivity? Part of the challenges also include which strategies should we have in place and which actions should be taken to try to reduce technology dependence and to avoid the gap becoming broader between countries and low income and higher income people. So that is one of the things. And what is being done? There are countries that have very clear public policies in these terms, such as Chile. Despite the fact of being ranked 8th in population and 6th in GDP, is the first one in this index. And unfortunately, we have other cases such as Mexico, which is 2nd in population and 2nd in GDP in the region. However, it is 7th in the index. I believe that it depends on the public policies adopted by each country, and we hope that this index can help promote these policies all over the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eduardo, for that reflection. And I'm taking the last words that you're saying, the difference between two powers of the region, Chile and Mexico, that are in different places in terms of adoption of AI. I would also like to refer to Costa Rica, which seems to be quite advanced and has skills with people being trained in AI. And hopefully in our next ILIA 2025, we have some surprises that are reaching new goals. I would also like to ask Francisca the following question. What is the role of international cooperation in the advancement of AI in the region? And how can these partnerships be strengthened since you are part of GIZ international cooperation? Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank CEPAL and Senia. It is a pleasure being here. For German technical cooperation, technical and regional cooperation is very important to accelerate development and adoption of AI in the region, considering also the gaps that were identified in ILIA. It has been mentioned several times already in the presentations. Despite the fact that AI ecosystems are mature, there's still significant gaps. And in our opinion, it is there where cooperation can play an important role, facilitating access to resources, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, strengthening cooperation in general, and also promoting ethical and responsible approaches in the development and use of AI. This is also reflected in the initiatives of German technical cooperation in the region that we're conducting together with ECLAC within the framework of the strategic partnership between ECLAC and the German government, which is key for us, not only in the digital aspect, and that is an example of a new regional initiative, which is the Digital Transformative Initiative for Regional Integration that will strengthen the cooperation between the countries of the region in digital aspects, creating areas of exchange, experimentation, multi-actor cooperation. And a key offer of this project is the Digital Transformation Policies Laboratory of ECLAC, whose aim is to create these instances and also to support the creation of that joint vision that Rodrigo was mentioning this morning. At an international level, I would like to mention once again, it was mentioned this morning by the ambassador of the European Union, I would like to mention UELC Digital Alliance that we are supporting together with ECLAC. That also provides a political framework for exchange between the two regions. An activity, for example, is the high-level political dialogue of AI that will take place in November 5th and 6th here at ECLAC that will strengthen that dialogue. I want to emphasize once again that these are the crucial instances that we need to promote to adopt an ethical, accessible, and responsible AI, defining what those terms are, as it was mentioned in the previous panel, what transparency means in this context. And to go back to your last question, how can these partnerships be strengthened? For us, we need to continue promoting international and regional dialogue, always based on the ILAC digital agenda. And I would like to take the opportunity to mention the cooperation that we have with ECLAC, which is a key strategic partner for us, not only in the region, but also acting as a bridge between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union in an area of digital transformation that we consider very important for technical German cooperation in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisca. To add to the words that you're mentioning here, we have international organizations such as CAF, IDB, SOFOFA, which is a local entity that has supported us, and the Ministry of Science. And they are quite involved with the impact of these initiatives in the country and in the region. Now, I would like to ask one final question in the panel to each one of the panelists here. and it has to do with what we presented in terms of research, development, and adoption. Eduardo made a clear summary of the gaps identified in the region with AI. Now I would like to ask each one of you, we could start with you, Cookie. What are the public policies needed to create a proper environment for the adoption development of AI in the region? From each sector, we know that you're not part of public policies, but you work in them as well with the different stakeholders from the government. So Cookie, please. That's an interesting question. And I think I will answer it in quite an orthodox way because I won't talk about a public policy. I hope you can understand why. I feel that many times, and once again, I will reflect that in Chile, in my own experience, I have been living here for a year and a half. We're part of boards where everyone wants to adopt digital transformation. I came to Chile together with ChatGPT, and you come from Silicon Valley, and it's like coming from the future. I came right here at the moment where ChatGPT was introduced. So all companies have already 3 bots. They want a 4th one, and they want to know what to purchase. I don't believe that a public policy coming from the top will help. My question is, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? When you take that into a company or even with a country where we need to grow, we need to add value, what is the biggest problem that you have in your company? Let's go back to client leaks. That seems to be very recurrent in companies in Chile. Which are the clients that are leaving you? Then I don't know. Have you analyzed them? Do you have the people? Do you have the year where they leave? Why? Which are the actions that they took in the website before they left? How do we know that? That's the answer from a CEO.
We really have to try to delve into this and ask, why do you require AI if you don't really know or really understand your customers? You know, this 101, which is the basic problem. I ask for data and they say, yes, we have a data lake that is so expensive. I do not know how is using it. And I ask who is using the data. Well, we have the IT manager that does not really understand about the issues of the company. And these are cultural issues of who is using data. Why did they invest in technology? Chile, again, it's always in the vanguard. There were many elements related to data achievement, and there were investments done, but the culture was changed in terms of the decision-making process. Is the decision-making process done by the best paid person or not? And again, I do not believe this is a public policy, the one that will be really changing that from within. Is a cultural change that we believe in the data, where we analyze, where we make the decisions not based on who has more experience or who is the highest paid for this in the company, but rather the decision-making processes to be more democratic, not only just to jump into purchasing AI because everybody is talking about AI and so forth. Maybe to take it to another area of the company. And many times I push for starting the basic elements to understand the data culture, to understand about your customer, how to add more value and others. It is more from the inside rather than the top down. Thank you. Thank you for providing this perspective from Silicon Valley. And the same question I would like to transfer to Eduardo and ask you if you believe there is a specific public policy that can support the creation of this environment for AI and innovation and adoption of AI. And also, I do agree with Cookie that, or do you agree with Cookie that is open? Well, I do agree that it has to be open, but I do believe it is important to consider the public policies. If you need to develop an area, you have to inject resources. If you inject these monetary and human resources, the area will be developed, and these resources many times come from public policies. So we can talk about increasing the percentage of the GDP in research and development, maybe in digital literacy, or maybe partnership or link organizations, these seed funds or others. They are all international elements that usually we are hearing about, but I would really like to think about something that is more a regional element to take this index to the next level. And the next level is, how can we really promote the area with regional perspectives? One idea is to create a cooperation network with resources, obviously, where there could be exchanges between researchers, different developments, and others. And maybe we can start thinking about two different areas that are important. One, we can take as an example what was done by the European Union with the European projects to obtain funds for large Latin American projects in research and development, where we could possibly have the strongest countries, but also include weaker countries, as what the European Union did. I don't know, France, Canada, England, they had to include Portugal, Spain, Italy. We can do something similar to that. And another area could be to really promote those priority areas where we can see a benefit coming from these technologies, such as education, health, agriculture, food, and have these joint projects that are all tackling these priority areas, or some of these priority areas, and that results can be shared with the region. Basically, that would be my comment. Thank you. I am glad you're taking notes of the following steps of ILIA 2025. Francisca, I would like to hear your opinion. Thank you, Blanca. From the perspective of GIZ, it is fundamental to have public policies promoting access to open technologies and development of AI, as we are hearing, and it establishes a democratic perspective in different areas. From our point of view, the solutions, products, and services that are AI-based are benefiting the population in the region, and it can be applied to any region in the world whenever developing it locally and when promoting access to open technologies, to open source solutions as expressed in these areas. We see it as a crucial element because it allows solutions to be adapted, or allowing to adapt to specific realities of countries instead of depending on solutions that are imported and that are proprietary also, and cannot really reflect the local context. And as mentioned earlier, for GIZ to promote AI as a public good and use open source platforms is an essential element in creating the inclusive element. It has always been mentioned so far, and the ecosystems are in the AI maturing process, but there are still significant gaps in terms of research and adoption, especially when talking about the immersion of scientific productivity as expressed in this new release. For GIZ is a key element, and what usually happens, and as mentioned by Cristina recently when this was presented for the ILIA, it really has a democratic open aperture to AI, allowing small companies and local communities be able to obtain benefits from these advances. So for us, it is a key, now going back to your question again, to create flexible regulatory frameworks, and we know that they are promoting innovation and technologies, as well as the use of regulatory sandboxes that, of course, are in fashion, but of course allow to test these AI technologies in controlled and protected environments before or prior to its implementation. And lastly, the policies for the German technical cooperation have to establish an incentive in the private-public cooperation for any areas, not only in AI, but also is very important in creating or developing these ecosystems to develop local capacity, and thus ensuring that technology AI is really working in favor of the community and the region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisca. Now we transfer the same question to Carlos, if you can present your opinion. Yes, with such good panelists, it's very hard to add new things, but I would express two additional elements from the perspective of public policies. These can have to be focused in the basic obstacles. We talked about education, investment, and I would also add maybe an ethical framework that does not drown innovation in these areas, that allow to create trust in the users, and it will be undoubtedly helping everybody to move forward and use it for the benefit of all. And the second element is, I would add to what Eduardo was saying, we are a high potential region with tremendous human capital, with amazing natural resources, biodiversity. I would say it is mainly focused in this area. We have industries where we are experts, mining, agriculture, and others. But the inequality that we see in ILIA is sad to see that 2 or 3 countries are the ones that are pushing forth and the others are lagging behind. It should not make us feel comfortable by any means, and to see how to cooperate and see how the incentives can go towards countries that do not have access to technology, do not have access to education. Why? Because if we are able to help those that are lagging behind, the critical mass that will be generated as a region will be very strong and will be able to compete at global level, something we are not doing in AI. That is what I have to express. Thank you all. Some final conclusions from this panel and this interaction is, well, first, thank the wonderful panelists for how careful you were with handling time. And there are many challenges in the area of research and adoption of AI, and clearly ILIA is allowing us to see which are the gaps in the different areas, and who, as mentioned by the panel, how there can be regional cooperations generated here of those that are more advanced and those that need support, and the adoption and managing artificial intelligence. The gaps have been identified. Nonetheless, we still see some ideas that can be presented to governments and countries in the region in the area of cooperation and the different networks in Latin America that can be supporting areas of artificial intelligence. And why not have companies such as Microsoft or others that will allow the common citizen to access skills in this area in a responsible fashion, and the ethics of artificial intelligence. So thank you very much, and a round of applause for everybody. We want to thank our panelists for this area of discussion that was generated in an area of promoting that will not only participate in the area of research and allows to diversify the productive matrix of the countries. And thank you, Blanca, for your moderation. We would like to invite the participants to a cocktail party that will be held in the Explanada Northern area that is downstairs, and we will reconvene at 14:30. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Gracias.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a partir con el último bloque.
Begin with the last block of the launch of the index. And before starting, I would like to mention that we found a pocketbook, Álvaro Etauren, if anybody knows him, or if you're here, we have this wallet here, and it is for you, Álvaro Etauren.
Otherwise, we will keep it here in our offices at ECLAC. Good afternoon to all of you. Welcome you once again to all of those that joined us in the launch of the second edition of the Latin American Index on Artificial Intelligence, ILIA 2024, and those that are joining us remotely through online platforms of ICLAC and CENIA. This afternoon, we will cover the last block, which covers governance of AI, comprising technical issues regarding precision cybersecurity and statistical equality to promote sustainable development of AI. We would like to welcome our keynote speaker, the Director of DeepMinds in Google, Tanya Bedrex-Weiss. Welcome. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Alvaro, Rodrigo, and all of those from CENIA for this kind invitation. And thank you, ICLAC, for organizing this event today. I will talk about what the minister was mentioning this morning of having that vision and those dreams of what can be done with AI. I will give you some insights of what we're doing in Google DeepMind, and we will see what is coming up, not so far away, but quite close to us, actually, because this technology advances very fast. First of all, I would like to talk about myself. I was born in Guatemala. At 14, I moved to Chile. I studied at Universidad Católica. Roberto over there was my mathematics professor. Then I moved to Mountain View. I worked in a startup there and then in NASA. And then I went to Google in the University of Oregon is where I did my PhD. All my career has been working on artificial intelligence. And when I started, it wasn't as impressive as it is today. Since I was a little girl, I read Asimov, and he was my inspiration, specifically this book, I, Robot, that explores the relationship between humans and robots. These were dreams of Asimov. Currently, we are getting close to them. Then I learned to focus on automatic reasoning. This is how, as humans, we can have reasoning, how we can go from a hypothesis to a theory. And I learned to code this in a computer with models that were quite primitive back then. Moving forward, I joined a private company, and I worked in models that helped people set sales systems and setting up, for instance, a sound system in a large area such as this one. And then I went to NASA and I worked in the mission for twin robots back then in 2011, 2010, or 2012. I don't remember, but there's still one that is exploring Mars. Currently, I am part of Google DeepMind, and this started in 2010 in London. It was a small company with a large mission, and the mission was building AI to benefit humanity. And why is intelligence important? Because it is a human capacity. It is something that we can use to talk to one another, to understand each other, and to build a better world. We are currently experiencing an important time in history. The first one was the Industrial Revolution that changed the lives of people, the way in which we work, the way in which we relate to each other. It even changed the possibilities of traveling from one place to another in very short times. The second one was informatics revolution that we are currently experiencing. It has transformed the way in which we communicate. The pandemic couldn't have been possible without the revolution in informatics. Artificial intelligence can be one of these moments. It can be the most important innovation that we are experiencing in history. Google DeepMind started with games. Why games? Because games are a way of reasoning in a restrictive environment. It is not such a complex environment like our daily environment, but rules are well known, fixed, and you can assess if the game is over and if it was successful or not. The first game that Google DeepMind published in the press was AlphaGo. And why Go? Because Go is quite a complex game. It has 160 different positions. And back then, we realized that analyzing the entire Go game was impossible. So what did the team do? The team started analyzing how a person plays and they started mimicking their behavior in the game. At some point, they realized that there was a limit. They found a barrier where they couldn't improve the game of Go. So what did they do? They put two computers playing against each other. It wasn't a person and a human being. It was two computers playing against each other. And that's how the Go system learned heuristics, and it started with games that a person couldn't have thought about. That's when organizing a tournament against Lisadol, the world champion back then, AlphaGo won that match. This move is the most important one, this one here. It was a move made by Go that not even Lisadol could have imagined as a possibility. However, for each move that took place afterwards can be attributed to move number 37. AlphaGo was just the beginning. Then we started developing programs that started playing more complex games little by little, including StarCraft and MuZero. In parallel, in Google, this was DeepMind before becoming part of Google. In Google, a lot of innovation was taking place, starting with Transformer, which is the basic architecture of language models currently. Transformer was invented in 2017. Then we moved to BERT that started processing language in a way that hadn't been seen before in a larger scale. T5 was very important because we started training one single model to do several tasks simultaneously. For instance, translate and summarize at the same time instead of just translated, instead of having two separate specialized models. Lambda, that was the first conversational model where you could hold conversation. AlphaFold, that I will talk about later, to create and design proteins. Palm, which is a language that did not only understand English, but also several other languages, more than 100. And more recent, BARD, which is our generation of conversational model that has currently replaced the Google Assistant.
I also talked about these models that would have multitask, not only translate, but also summarize to extract salient points in a text and multiple tasks and all is what gave or provided models a way of reasoning more than what we had in historical times. This is how Gemini was born. Gemini was another step further ahead. Gemini not only went through different tasks, but it was multimodal. We tell Gemini that there's an image, that there's a video, that there's sound, that there's text, and Gemini will be able to relate all these sources and not only translate and summarize, but also describe an image, to write a dialogue or tell you where in the video is where you're, I don't know, surfing maybe. Gemini was launched last year and is in different sizes. Ultra is the more powerful. Pro is what you almost all people are using. Flash is a very fast model, and Nano exists nowadays in Pixel 8. If you have a Pixel 8 that was just recently launched, it has this nanotechnology.
Una innovación más reciente.
A recent innovation in Gemini is the long context. What is this long context? When we use a model, we ask a question that is just one token. It's the basic processing unit for these models. Maybe it can be a word or even just a couple of letters in the word. If we ask a question, maybe there are a number, hundreds of these words, but these models are able to process in the input. I can provide documents, videos, I can provide it with many different things, which is up to 1 million tokens. And Gemini is able to process all these, adding the context of the model that was previously trained and then responds. We also have launched Gemma. It's an open source model that everybody can modify and contribute to. And we have cloud credits. So people that need to run this Gemma model or specialize it is able to do so. Gemma is a very easy to modify model. Unfortunately, Gemma nowadays has no support in Spanish, but stay tuned. It will be coming soon. The most important element that I would like to emphasize is that all the models have been designed with the idea of being accountable from the very beginning, to also have a wonderful performance and to be flexible so people can adopt them and adapt them to any needs that they might have. I would today like to share with you a recent advancement. I was talking about what we were dreaming of with artificial intelligence. Can you imagine an assistant that can be sitting by you, that can help you interpret what you have and to respond everything that you have or you're seeing? I would like to show you a prototype nowadays of what we are doing today. The idea of Project Astra is to have a universal agent that can help you throughout your life. This agent has been built in a multimodal way with videos, sounds, images, with texts. We have used different compression models to be able to compress all the data and thus be able to generate an agent that can respond question of what is happening and always in real time. Can you imagine having an assistant that will help you improve in your game? For those of you that are a fan of sports or maybe for design, or maybe for your house chores and others. Now, I'd like to show you a video, which is a prototype that we are building, just so that you have an idea of what the future is like.
image of a skull reminds me of Hamlet. Do you enjoy Shakespeare's work?
Yes, I do. Can you tell me what this famous thought experiment might be and explain it to me in one sentence?
That looks like the ship of Theseus thought experiment. It questions whether an object that has had all of its components replaced remains fundamentally the same object.
Can you give me a creative poem about these objects?
A vibrant orb, a mind laid bare, time's silent passage fills the air. The fruit of thought, the sands that fall, what memories will it recall?
Cool. Can you explain this diagram to me in a couple sentences?
This appears to be a diagram depicting spectral lines from different elements. It is likely illustrating the characteristic frequencies of light emitted by those elements in a spectroscopic analysis.
Cool. Thanks, Gemini.
As you were able to see, that is our near future. Again, this is just a prototype. It is not ready for you to use, but we hope we can continue perfecting it and to launch it to market in the future. This is a mission we all have. This means that we have to continue innovating as fast as possible, but at the same time, we have to be fully accountable. But especially, we have to work together, not only together in the US, but together with all of you here. The only way to be bold in the future is to be responsible from the beginning. Google has developed these principles based on which we are making all decisions related to AI, and these are our principles. For each project that we start with, we analyze it from all these perspectives. It has to be socially beneficial. It has to be fair and to prevent the reinforcing an unfair bias. It has to be safe. It has to allow people to be, or it has to be accountable to people. It has to incorporate privacy design principles from the very beginning. And of course, be able to advance all the science and be made available for users that agree with these principles, which is very important. What does it mean to be responsible from our perspective in terms of terminology? You know that misinformation is a very important issue, especially when we have the possibility of generating these images and the videos. Synth ID is a watermarking technique. What does this do? You can here see to the left the original image, and to the right, you see exactly the same image except for a watermark. What does watermarking mean? It's a watermark that we have embedded in the image. And the purpose for this is that there will be detectors that are able to find that code and say, okay, this was generated by such and such a model. This is how it is important to have people know that any image, video, or others that is generated by Google, and hopefully by many others that adopt this technique, that it can be detected and verified as AI generated instead of human generation. In terms of accountability or responsibility, Google has many different areas, and maybe you know some of them, such as the Flood Hub that was launched in Chile, I believe, and with some, of course, earthquakes and fires. I don't know if you know about this. It's a cyclone prediction. This means that it won't predict the trajectory of a cyclone, more or less of where it is going by. Here we have a fundamental problem for biology, and that is protein folding problem. And this is proteins being like a chain of amino acids. Amino acids have different colors here in this drawing. And the protein folding problem is that for each of these chains of amino acids, it's turning in a very specific way. And these structures are 3D structures. Why is this problem important? Because this amino acid chain that is folding in a very specific way is determining a function of the amino acids, the function of the protein and the molecules and others, and eventually in the human body for animals and plants as well. It is very important for us to provide this knowledge to the world. So what did we do? We created a program to predict the 3D proteins as a chain of amino acids. We provided, yes, we provided this knowledge in a database that is available for free, and it has been very well adopted in the scientific world. This is how this type of database is helping the world to create new antibiotics, new vaccines, and to prevent plastic pollution while creating elements that can be decomposed. Nowadays, we just launched AlphaFold 3 that models not only proteins, but also molecules. This is how we are really advancing the frontiers of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la presencia de
Tanya, that is Vice Research Director of Google Mind. She traveled to Chile specifically to be here in the ILIA 2024 launch. Thank you, Tanya. A round of applause for her. We would now like to again invite the manager of Cinia and executive director of ILIA that will be presenting the main findings in governance. So again, you have been acknowledged. Thank you for those that are here. Lori Aravena, she was not able to be here. It is not that I want to be here twice, and unfortunately, you will have to hear me twice. And I will start with this governance dimension. What we saw from Astra for the most technical ones, but it's also very important for non-technical people in the future. This seems to be amazing, and governance is the area where these type of institutions and governance can really be able to deal with these challenges.
Just like the other presentations, the governance dimension evaluates the ecosystem that surrounds the AI systems from the point of view of regulation and legislation. This was the one that was completely different compared to the previous one. The previous one had 5 sub-indicators. This one has 20 at least. And it's broken down into the 3 same structures: vision and institutional arrangement. Second one, international linkages, how nations become integrated to the international orchestration of the system outside Latin America regarding regulatory discussion on AI. And the last one is regulation. In regulation, we try to check for the adoption of some guidelines and standards, and we also extract data from partners, GPA and Global Responsible AI Index that was published recently. Just like in the others, we have the dimension, then a subdimension, which is the 3. Each subdimension has a number of indicators, and the indicators are made up by sub-indicators, which is where we capture the data. That's a level of capillarity, and those are the 29 sub-indicators that I mentioned before in this dimension. This dimension also was a collaboration. I'd like to thank the ICLAC team in reviewing these strategies. So you will see this dimension in the index, and you will realize that it's slightly different the way it was worded, because of course the charts reflected that way. They're mostly um, characterizations in order is 1, 2, 3, 4. They're more discrete, if you wish. In dark purple, you see the new dimensions we added, and the lighter purple, or the previous one that were updated. Something else that we integrated is that we increased the analytical capillarity regarding AI strategies. And the second one is that we included these 5 sub-indicators that try to better reflect the status of regulation that is proposed and discussed in each one of the countries regarding risk mitigation, cybersecurity index, and 3 sub-indicators that we extracted from the responsible AI developed by the group that I mentioned before. Having said that, and going into the findings in this dimension, first thing we see, as Sebastian said in his discussion at the beginning of the day, several countries do not have a system, and that prevents a discussion from going beyond understanding or coming up with a diagnosis. Only the countries here do have an AI strategy. And this leads us to the second finding, which is, in general, the strategies that are current today are robust strategies, those that uh, meet common standards we have from OECD, ICLAC, UNESCO. If you run a list of elements that should be included in a strategy, they are present in most of the strategies. So these are strategies that are well oriented. They have assessment and coordination mechanisms, etc. Most of these strategies have been going on for a while, since they were published 4 or 5 years, and technology has gone for a bit, except for the Chilean one. There's none that is current, that is post GPT 3.5. So there's been a change in citizens' perception about the strategy, and that has an impact on the process of updating strategies, because more people can be can join the formulation process. The second one, which is also interesting, how in coming up with strategies and national policies for the countries that don't have them, we can have more people join it. What UNESCO proposed, what Chile did in the formulation of the artificial intelligence policy that can be used by other countries, because it's done in the context of LATAM and the Caribbean. So in this update process, there's some citizens engagement space where there could be much more interest compared to before. It should be leveraged because of that. We mentioned this before. There's no position in Latin America. If we check the regulations and the regulatory proposals, besides finding lots of creativity in them, you also find that there's no a connecting line. Many of them are focused on the risk-based vision of the European Union, but some others are focused more on aspects such as, it's not a judgment call, but there's something very specific things, such as the use of fake news in certain spaces, or fraud using AI through phone calls in Chile. There's no composition, and the spaces to that are devoted to collective construction, ECLAC, and summits are not necessarily coordinated, although it's the same stakeholders, and some of us are the same. We are not coordinated amongst ourselves, and that creates a fragmentation in the guidelines. And there's a chance to unify how we discuss and come up with a regional position that will allow us to regionally participate in the regulatory discussions that will take place globally. When we double click on regulation, what we see is that environments are quite safe and explainable. These are 2 indicators that come out of the responsible AI index. And what we see is that those environments that are mature, that do have a policy, have security and reliability and transparency that is at the level of the more mature countries. There's not a significant gap in regulatory terms. There's also a level of transparency and maturity in terms of the way AI is explained, and there's a strong focus on this vision. And another element that is an opportunity, and I congratulate CAF and IDB for that, is Latin America does have an energy mix that tends to be greener or has a chance of being more carbon neutral compared to the global north. There's an opportunity for most of the countries in promoting of green computing industry with public and private investment, but there's a space specifically considering the what Tanya just showed. That model will require computing power that will require energy that is unimaginable at a commercial scale that will require energy, and that energy needs to be coming from someplace. So 3 Mile, it exists, but there's an opportunity that is before our eyes, which is how we regionally develop an industry that is able to supply that increasing demand for energy. So thank you very much. These were the findings of the governance chapter. You can find some elements that analyze the 38 bills, also the RAM from UNESCO example, and some other areas that are interesting to read. Please do read them. Thank you.
Agradecemos la exposición.
We'd like to thank Rodrigo Duran for his presentation about the main findings in terms of governance, which also pose significant challenges for the region in the context of official AI strategies and regulation. Next, we'd like to invite General Manager for your país, Patricio Rey, who will present about one of the most relevant cases in terms of connectivity that has happened lately in Chile and Latin America. The Humboldt cable joint work developed by the Chilean state and Google not only reflects a potential to enable economic opportunities between Latin America and Oceania and Asia Pacific, but also the concrete expression of one of the aspects that supports the AI strategy, the development of infrastructure and adequate technology to enable AI ecosystems. Let's welcome Patricio Rey. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Although it's not directly AI, because this is infrastructure, it is an enabling project for all challenges related to AI and our future communications. Let me tell you a little bit more about from the point of view of Desarrollo País. Desarrollo País is a state-owned company, 100% state-owned company. It's not a listed company. Its bylaws operate such as a regular enterprise, such as metro or subway system in Chile, and among its objectives is to develop infrastructure, of course, with social impact, but also with private profitability. So the projects we conduct must meet both objectives, to have a social benefit for the country and at the same time to achieve profit. This company was created originally to invest the surplus of the revenue coming from the exploitation of road concessions that were tendered back in the 90s in order to develop new infrastructure. Here we see a reel of one of the fiber optics cables on the ship. This is the world map of fiber optics cables. This can transmit 95% of the internet communication in the world. This is what it does. It's truly the information or internet highways. Ground networks transmit a fraction of that, and you can immediately see a missing link in this map. Clearly, we see a disconnect between Latin America and Asia. Today, all communications from Chile and Latin America to Asia go up to the north, and then it makes sense that given the curvature of the Earth, the closest place is where it's more profitable to do it. But because of strategic reasons, of course. These are the new data highways and also that are resilient and capable. Some governments in the past made a decision to start researching the possibility of connecting South America, but from the south. And in that way, to avoid and to have more resilience uh, when faced with problems that are happening in the world today, one of which is the tension between US and China in the southern sea in China, also the geological effects such as uh, the the Tonga volcano that cut off the communication cables in that area. The war today in between Israel and Palestine that has uh, uh, severed cables and therefore the South African cables being used. So having resilient uh, infrastructures is key for our communication and for our daily lives. Today, bank transactions of all kinds that also causing these data centers that are controlling the AI to communicate. We do need this type of communication, which is a low latency. There's an additional benefit, which is precisely this. We have a latency through Singapore to Chile of 450 milliseconds. And with this project, we are going to go down to 200. So there are several applications that will be more useful or it will become more useful by managing them through those two geographies and a redundant access to the southern areas. It also allows to put data through South America from Asia through the link to Europe without having to go through the US. And that is a contribution in making communications more democratic. This project has approximately 14,000 kilometers in extension, maybe a little bit more, depending on the end design. And obviously, it is a huge project compared to the northern projects, but it's a fraction of what exists today in the world. For you to have an idea, underwater fiber optics cable may last for 25 years. Once they get to that age, one needs to replace them because the most critical infrastructure in these networks are the repeaters that make most of the active work. And those repeaters do have a guarantee of a lifetime of 25 years. So beyond 25 years, that they are not feasible anymore in these kinds of projects. In terms of data between Asia and South America, although it's not that large a load, the growth rates of data are extremely high. What we have forecasted based on past experience is that there is a compound rate of about 28% on an annual basis of data growth. Therefore, having more data connectivity and capacity is extremely important. And in fact, most of the forecasts that we came up with, um, we were thinking of IoT, we were thinking of 5G, but not necessarily the boom of AI that we see today, and nor the energy scarcity that exists in the US that is forcing us to bring data to process in the Southern Hemisphere, where there is still some energy availability to do that. There is an important restriction today in terms of electric power generation for data processing, which is mainly what is used.
Clearly, these telecommunications projects will be necessary and essential to develop new technology. Here we have the layout. There is a stop in French Polynesia, approximately 14,800 kilometers, to solve the missing link in our current telecommunications. Australia, for some years now, had connections, and every day they have become more dense directly to the US. And then, after traveling a fairly difficult path, The country development company in 2019 began forming, and in 2020 began operations. We looked for partners that could make this project viable. And we spent almost 3 years looking to materialize through 3 different business models the possibility of making the infrastructure a reality, because what was required is that it be financially sustainable and not be an investment, a hard investment by the state. And often we knocked on the door of Google, which was, of course, the partner that made most sense given the investments already made in terms of submarine fiber optics. And so, January 11th, 2024, this year, we were able to announce joint work to form a company and move ahead with the materialization of this long-awaited project. And there you have the announcement made by Google of the project. And in this way, make an investment that is efficient for both parties. So basically the project generates an SPV between the country and Google, and the idea is to open it to any entity that wishes to use it as a telecommunication media, like an open fiber optics cable where any operator or company may buy capacity to communicate to both places at a competitive price within the market, making the investment viable. And of course, the profits received by this Arroyo base would be reinvested in the same type of project, or goes to the public treasury through the annual profits. The business structure is fairly straightforward. The partners operate the cable using an operator that is responsible for the trading of the capacity, connecting clients. Obviously, what we want here is someone with experience and capacity in the market. And the operator will need to look for the clients. There are already several interested, and we've received letters of intent, especially research entities, and the constructor has already been selected by our partners to develop the infrastructure and is now ongoing. Here we see the timeline. In 2023, the main agreements were reached, and that continued to date. In 2024, the marine exploration was concluded, a full geological exploration of the ocean floor via a ship that travels and studying the marine floor. And then the operator will be hired in 2025 to begin sales, and by 2026, the cable will be laid. Now, this is essentially the project, and via Desarrollo País, we have 2 main areas: physical infrastructure projects, cities, and digital infrastructure projects, which is where we are at the service of the Ministry of Science, that is furthering the data center national plan to contribute with them towards the materialization of industrial data centers. Today, we all know the difficulties that we've had with permits and other regulatory needs to make this sort of infrastructure viable, and we have put our company at their service to attract foreign investment in Chile, turning Chile into a digital hub for Latin America. The cable has such capacity that today it's sort of devised for the entire South America. And so we're contacting others who would like to take part with the capacity for entirely scientific projects or areas of interest of each. And so I thank you for your time at the forum, and we're hoping that very soon this project will be up and working. Well, we thank the General Manager of Desarrollo País, Patricio Rey, and now we welcome the next panel on governance, moderated by the Officer of Economic Affairs at the Digital Transformation Unit of ECLAC, Alejandro Patiño, accompanied by a panel comprising Fabio Sene, who is the ICT projects and statistics projects from IACTCV in Brazil, Maria Lourdes Martinez, president of Mexican IA, Madeline Carr, professor of global and cybersecurity policies at the Department of Science of Engineering, and Nicholas Schubert. Thank you, Monica. It is a pleasure to moderate the next panel on governance. I think that the presentations by Tania, Rodrigo, as well as Patricia are an excellent framework to focus our discussions. And as Rodrigo has said, in governance, here, I think the ILIA is doing a very good job picking up on not only issues related to regulation, but all incentives that are created to make the most of the technology using the existing technologies in different countries. And in a broader sense, I think that we can understand issues of governance as also micro projects and actions to be taken by public organizations in order to better use the technology. I think it involves all stakeholders, not only the public sector, and that is why this panel is so relevant, multisectoral, and I hope that we will be able to bring here the various approaches, private sector, the technical side, academia, on how they see and perceive the regulatory processes and the strategies for digital implementation, all very, very recent. And so, with this context, I would like to also say that this panel is bilingual. So those of you who require the simultaneous interpretation may use the devices that you have on your desk. First of all, I'd like to recognize Madeline Carr to share her experience as an academic and a person knowledgeable of these topics. How do you see that the regulatory frameworks are evolving at global level, and where should it be necessary to place our emphasis on so on? Go ahead, Madeline.
Thanks also to Senia and turn my own one off, and ECLAC for inviting me here today. It's been such an interesting morning, and I'm really keen to be able to have a close look at the ILIA index today. So I suppose really over the last couple of years, really since the release of ChatGPT, although of course AI was around for a long time before that, we saw this really heightened interest in policy making around how to govern AI, including but not limited to regulation. Most of the concerns, I would say, that have emerged at the domestic level have been around issues like ethics, privacy and security, safety, and equity of any kind of automated decision-making process. And of course, at the international level, the sort of dangers around the use of AI in a military context. When countries are looking at how to govern artificial intelligence, they are predominantly taking either a risk-based approach, as in the EU AI Act, which is due to be released soon, where they categorize the risk associated with the particular AI implementation, or they're taking a technology-based approach to regulation, looking at regulating particular implementations or instances of AI. But essentially, what they're looking to do in all cases really is understand how they can reconcile what are essentially private interests, because so much artificial intelligence is owned or developed in the private sector. How they can reconcile those private interests with public goods. And that's been sort of the predominant focus of regulatory discussions. And in a way, it's sort of interesting and encouraging, I would say, because perhaps we should have had these conversations about how technology intersects with the human experience. We could have had those 50 years ago and maybe saved ourselves some pain. But nonetheless, we're having them now, which is great. But it is in many ways a kind of new conversation for the policy community. Now, regulation is not the only approach to how to manage technology and incorporate it into our political, social, economic frameworks. Got all kinds of, and we've heard about a lot of them today, particularly from industry, these kind of codes of ethics or conduct, systems of standards which take place sometimes at the international level and sometimes at a regional level, strategies, all kinds of other mechanisms, law and regulation being public policy terms, sort of the final point when nothing else has proved sufficient. So law is usually the last stop. I think the most interesting regulation or regulatory approaches that I'm seeing are coming, first of all, from the EU. Of course, they have huge amount of resources to put into these kind of complex policy processes, but also some very interesting work in China, where they have a very agile approach to policy making for technology, and they're able to kind of experiment in ways that are much more difficult in the West. We're also seeing this kind of international competition for a sort of thought leadership on governance of AI. Prime case, maybe the UK's safety summit, where we had a kind of moment of national humiliation, where our prime minister interviewed Elon Musk on stage. But at the international level, these kind of main concerns, I think, would come about in terms of equitable distribution of benefits. So how will we see the benefits of artificial intelligence distributed across the world, across the developing world, the developed world, and in hopes that it won't just be a few countries that will really benefit. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Madeline.
Well, thank you very much, Madeline. And following this conversation on how the regulatory frameworks are evolving, we all recognize the position and the influence of Google. And of course, the previous presentation illustrated the influence that Google development has in all of these IA systems. How are you seeing the regulation here, and where do you think that we should place our emphasis or actions that could be used by governments to make the most of the technology? Thank you, Alejandro, and good afternoon. I thank you for the invitation to be here. Congratulations to Xenia and the entire team for the launching of this new version of the index.
So thank ICLAC for hosting us. Google is a company that has operations all over the world, as we all know, or in great part of the world. And governance issues are of our interest. I won't repeat things about the existing models that have already been mentioned. I would like to refer briefly to the approaches that make more sense for us. I would also like to remind you that governance has a role as enabler of AI, especially in emerging markets and those developing countries where they can find in artificial intelligence a very valuable tool to improve and overcome many of the difficulties that we have in our countries. And I'm thinking not only about the examples in healthcare, creativity, or how we can automate certain processes to make them easier, but in something that is important for this place, productive issues. I believe that AI plays an important role in productivity. How can we use this tool in economic productivity? How we can move countries into economic development? And there are four essential things in that aspect. The first one, and Professor Carr already mentioned it, has to do with risk-based regulation and with a proportional approach. We believe that that is the best way to approach the regulation of a technology. And as we have seen, those that are users of AI over the last years, it has been advancing in a very fast pace from the technical point of view. So it makes more sense to regulate not only risks, but the underlying technology. Another issue is data governance. How can we make available for researchers, developers, or those implementing AI quality data? I believe that Chile has had quite an interesting experience with the data of astronomy observation. And it doesn't contain any personal data or other more complex data for training certain models. So that type of data sets that are available to many governments is interesting, and there should be greater cooperation so that those data sets can be open through some open licenses where we can share them with the community in general. Third, has to do with international cooperation. As it was mentioned today, there is a need to create regulatory frameworks of whatever nature that are interoperable, because this is a trans-border technology by nature, and it should work as such. This doesn't mean that it shouldn't be regulated. Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google Alphabet, has said that artificial intelligence is so important that we need to regulate it, but in an intelligent and coordinated manner. And that's where international organizations and international communities have the noble task of being co-helpers in that coordination task. Therefore, considering that this is a tool, we should achieve those regulatory objectives in an interoperative way. And fourth, Rodrigo mentioned this in his second presentation, and it has to do with the role of national agencies for artificial intelligence. I believe that these agencies play an important role in coordinating and providing a broader view to the entire community and all of those stakeholders involved in AI, and set certain goals and guidelines to where we want to go. Meaning, we have this tool, what do we do with it? And that requires planning. And we need to find the strategy that we need to follow. And this is what I want to say in the different aspects, including productivity. Thank you very much, Nico. Now, talking about strategy and the importance of having a clear strategy and a long-term point of view, I would like to give the floor to Lourdes, the chair of the Mexican Society for Artificial Intelligence, to talk about a national case applied in the development of an AI strategy in Mexico. Please tell us about their experience, the challenges in the development and design, and any learning experiences that she would like to share with us. It is a pleasure being here with you today and being part of this study. We definitely made some progress. By 2018, in Mexico, several initiatives had taken place with insights and CMinds that started moving towards the AI strategy. The government took the strategy with a subcommission for this AI strategy. And it was moving in that direction. It had several stakeholders taking the first steps for it. And when the administration changed, this all changed. The digital strategy of this administration did not include AI or data openness due to several priorities. However, it is a very good thing to see that the AI national partnership starts with the Congress involved and the Senate. And it is quite interesting because it gathers people from different sectors in the Mexican ecosystem. And this is quite valuable. It has a very good calling power. And there is where this proposal of AI starts taking place. There was an evaluation from UNESCO to see how prepared we were for that. I believe that that was valuable work that took place with academicians, with the government, with companies, and it can be useful to continue with the task. We have seen it on the index, and you just mentioned it. The fact of having an AI strategy helps us a lot to do what you just said. Coordinate the different stakeholders, having goals and guidelines. But this is not the only thing that we should take into account, as the professor was saying. To work responsibly on AI, many more things are required. As we know, it is a matter of laws, meeting different standards, and best practices. But we should also consider ethical design through the life cycle. I believe that there is a lot of work to do, but at least we can be an example where, despite the fact that we couldn't continue with a task that we had undertaken, we have many stakeholders interested. The ecosystem is working for it. So I hope we are better rated in the next evaluation of ILIA. Thank you very much, Lourdes, for sharing Mexico's experience. We all know that what cannot be measured cannot be managed. And based on this, I would like to ask Fabio to tell us a bit about the advancements of the ICT study centers of Brazil, measuring artificial intelligence. That institution launched an observatory in Brazil for decision making. So I would like to know how the observatory is doing, what they're doing, how you see that this information is being considered for the development of strategies, etc. Fabio, please. Thank you, Alejandro. I would like to greet the panelists here. I would like to thank Xenia for the invitation, and it is an honor to be in ICLAC once again, because it's an important area for ICTs. My main message would be that for governance and coordination processes, creating monitoring, follow-up, and assessments is vital. And as we have seen, instruments such as ILIA and the methodology of UNESCO is based on a long source of data. Therefore, we need to develop robust comparable measures so that the region as a whole can advance. That is our mission. This ICT has been existing for 20 years, producing statistical data on the adoption, use, and impact of technology. And from the point of view of Brazil, we have a Brazilian strategy in place since 2021, and in July, we launched a Brazilian plan on artificial intelligence. It is newly launched, and for the first time, it has clear execution goals, and it has an allocated budget for the 5 axes of the plan. We hope to obtain points of ILIA next year due to this development, but the plan is divided into 5 axes: development, training in artificial intelligence, AI for public services, for business innovation, and there's a 5th element that has to do with AI governance and regulation process. And that's when the government decided to create an AI observatory, which is led by NIC.br, which is the Brazilian authority for the .br domains. The idea is to be a hub that coordinates other AI centers and those that discuss the topic. And it has a goal of providing data that feeds this observatory from different sources. The plan has a multi-sectorial nature, and it is within the DNA of our organization. Everything starts from different sources of data and information. I would like to start with the data, saying that we have a tradition of conducting surveys of national coverage. So we're quite developed in the production of data on how companies, the government, and specific sectors such as healthcare and education are adopting technologies and AI-based technologies. Since 2019, we have indicators, most of them based on international parameters, such as the Eurostat, which is the statistics cabinet of the European Union. And we're trying to deepen those measurements to comprise more sophisticated aspects. It is not necessary to say that a company or organization adopts AI, but we want to know if it is appropriate for the entire company when this starts from an own development and not only purchasing the solutions available in the market, how many AI specialists are within the company. So all those measurements in terms of adoption. And then I can talk about what we're planning for the future. But the main message here is the importance of having the creation strategy, indicators for follow-up in the plan within this framework. Thank you. Fabio, thank you. And to continue with the panel, I would like to give the floor to Madeline once again. Rodrigo highlighted the difficulty that there is in making regulations on AI convergent. Based on your experience, what suggestions would you make in the regional aspect to advance in a regulatory convergence or any other instrument that can facilitate that conversation, those convergencies, especially from the Latin American point of view?
Yeah. At the heart of the question, really, isn't it? Because for sure, not every country will be competitive in AI technology. I mean, in the UK, we have that concern about how competitive we remain. And I think, it's important to be able to really define our own goals for any kind of emerging technology, because innovation itself is not a goal. Innovation is a means to achieve a goal. That's like saying hard work is a goal. Innovation itself is not a goal. So what we need to first understand what are our own problems that we're seeking to address, And those can be very different in different communities. For example, you know, for countries that have very high labor costs, it makes sense to think about using AI to make human beings more productive or to replace people with AI. But that may not make that much sense in a country where labor costs are not high. And I think it's also interesting to these kind of amazing you know, assistants that we saw one today, which just looked so incredible to me, and also the educational tool for helping design teaching. That's very attractive to someone who's very short of time, like me, but not everyone is short of time. So for every country needs to think, we're not going to lead in AI. What can we use AI for that will help address our own goals? I mean, the 17 sustainable development goals that we walk past on our way in here. And some of those goals we may share with our neighbors or with our region. And then those are really the ones, you know, would make sense to collaborate on. Some of those will be very individual. But I think it's that being able to define the goals and think about how technology can address those goals, that's really where we need more innovation or more creativity and more intelligence, because we can borrow or we can buy or bring in the technology, but it's that understanding what is it we're actually trying to achieve that I think is really critical. And that is what I think the index can be so helpful for, because for sure, not every country needs to rise up in all of those criteria, not just for the sake of it. They need to know which criteria and why, and what will that give us if we rise up in that.
Gracias, Madeline. Sí, la verdad que
Thank you, Madeline. Yes, the baseline will always be different for all countries. And it makes it even harder in terms of designing these elements. Well, in your first participation, you talked about the production, really, this production of artificial intelligence. What we have identified in the region is something that seems to be less present in relative terms. It is. So which are the recommendations that you might have in terms of policies to be able to provide an emphasis in these topics? What can countries do in terms of the information asymmetry and sector, the offer and demand of solutions, entrepreneurship, research, and others? Where do you believe that some of the actions could be established? Yes, thank you, Alejandro. I think we're all aligned, or at least I am very well aligned with what Professor Carr was expressing. And I understood that the central element of her message, and what I would also express responding to your question, that would be cooperation. It is what we are missing, and other panelists were also expressing, and we heard it throughout this morning, which is the need to really hold fora such as these one and work such as these that have been created in a cooperative fashion by putting together different mindsets with different people, with different ways of solving elements and identifying the problem that we want to tackle with AI. And in the case of Chile, which I know better because I live here, I think we are sort of like lagging behind of identifying those productive sectors. There are important sectors that probably are behind in the use of technology related to agriculture, transportation, and construction, for example, where there is an important focus placed in the area of the public sector. But I am fully convinced that there are other sectors in which, if we sit together and we cooperate, we will be able to identify different sectors with tools such as AI will be adding value to our activity. I don't know, maybe exports. Nowadays, exports of what is called digital products, not only physical products, but also services on one hand, this traditional dichotomy of the World Trade Organization, we have a new opportunity specifically for a creative region such as the Latin American one of being able to work in digital products and have new opportunities for exports. We have to identify those areas in which we want to cooperate. And of course, each one from their own comparative advantages to be able to see which are the main goals, the strategic goals that we would like to obtain individually by countries, but also as a region. And again, I would like to repeat this idea of inviting everybody. You will always have us willing to participate and cooperate, to continue talking, to understand each other from the different areas in a company such as Google that is developing AI, and maybe they can provide a practical perspective of where we're heading to, which is what Tanya was expressing, and this can be complemented by other activities. And it is fundamental for our region, thinking about the productive world, how to add value to our productivity individually, but also as a group. Lourdes, when you were presenting the experience of Mexico, the political continuity or sustainability, the political decision-making process, it is always a risk when defining or designing a policy. Probably something that can be very helpful in helping these areas to create strategies at multi-sectorial level, not only the public sector leading these types of strategies, but other stakeholders as well. And this is how these new stakeholders can provide continuity for those types of policies. From what you worked on, which were the important challenges in having these multi-sectorial processes, which were the factors that were, or the participants that were more or less involved, and how can we help in creating these processes at multi-sectorial level? Well, I do agree in the fact that each one of us have their own interests and challenges, the industries, the academia, the government. Nonetheless, what I do see in all is that will of being able to use this artificial intelligence and see that throughout the different sectors and the work that we're all carrying out, how all of this can be transformed and improved through AI. And I feel that there's a need to really make use of this, which places us in a common position. And of course, we also find common risks, the ones that are applicable for some and not others. But keeping this in mind, we find ourselves in a common goal where each one in our own system or area has different interests. We all see this need, or we want to really make our work far more productive and to be able to participate in the development of the country. We all want the country to grow, and what we have altogether is what has been able to help to sit all together in one table and find solutions. Each of us have different perspectives and different challenges, and this is very helpful. I think this is where we can start to work in the different challenges. Legislations are very complex, and all these groups that are working with different areas in different countries, we have to see how to comply with everything, and at the same time, how to establish the basis for everything. So I think this means that there are goals that are very similar, and it is what we have to work with. For those of us that work in this area of AI, we have to create, or we try to create these bridges to sit on the same table and see how we can really make use of these technologies. Thank you, Lourdes and Fabio. Of course, statistical harmonization is really important in comparative terms. I think that ILIA is doing a wonderful work and effort in generating indicators of comparative statistics that it's very complicated to carry out. Of course, these processes are very expensive, and is what we were mentioning earlier. Countries are not really creating any statistics, as these are all very expensive processes. For AI, how do you see this evolving in terms of statistical harmonization, and which topics is where we need to generate more efforts? I don't know if that is an option. The different enterprises, R&D, users, others. Well, undoubtedly, for these very complex approaches, we have to have a multidimensional perspective. We believe that in statistics production, it has to be coordinated with different stakeholders. It's not only the state that will be dealing with this. We need coordination, and we in AI, we are fully convinced that on one hand, we can have a perspective from the traditional research that has different importances. We heard about the scientific production, how this can be monitored, the patents. There are many things that are being done from our observatory, for example, and there are also traditional methodologies that can be used, as in the context of Europe or Brazil, where they are monitoring these deeply. And we are also agreeing with OECD, the development of a model questionnaire for companies that can be applied in different countries related to these topics. So I believe that there are different possibilities for research. But finally, I also believe that it is very clear for the different countries that it is not enough to just deal with adoption just for the sake of adoption, but see which is the capacity of a digital structure to be able to be prepared for these topics. We have heard many things that already exist in ILIA that is related to data centers, the calculating capacity, but all these indicators will have to be very important also from the environmental sustainability, which is important for the region. And finally, something that we also talked about from the different perspective of the plans, like the digital skills and others, we still do not agree on how to measure it. We still have to invest in comparable methodologies for the different key elements for the sector. Well, thank you very much, Fabio. Thank you to all panelists. I think there are many messages where there is a lot of importance in the cooperation and the regulatory frameworks, where we need to find common goals and from there generate this type of spaces to emphasize the adoption and productive sector, where it is very important to find a multi-sectorial and strategic perspective. This is also a key element. And as we were talking about with Fabio, the measuring elements to sustain these decision-making process. On my behalf, I just want to thank the panelists for your time, for some of you that traveled all this way, and to be here, for being here with us. So a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Damos las gracias.
Thank the members of the governance panel, Madeleine, Lourdes, Fabio. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for attending this panel, and also the Economic Affairs Officer of the Productive Development and Entrepreneurial Development of ICLAC, Alejandro Patiño. Thank you very much for sharing this session and your contribution to a key discussion in the future development of AI. So finally, we have a keynote speaker now, Nicolas Maclef, who is the head of research of the Instituto de Inteligencia Central del Ser Humano from Stanford University. He is in charge of one of the indices that assesses the status of AI worldwide, and his comments are a benchmark in this matter. AI Index Report.
Un aplauso para Ernesto, por favor.
Well, it's very exciting for me to be here. I've always wanted to come visit Chile. I remember talking with Rodrigo a few years ago, just when he was thinking of getting the initiative off the ground, and it's really exciting to see the, I would say, really tremendous progress that has been made. Now, I have a tough task in front of me for two reasons. One is I'm giving a presentation on a 500-page report that's going to be 20 minutes or so. So we're going to have to find a way to kind of distill that, make it quick. And the second challenge is that I'm the last thing before you guys can get home for the day. So we're going to have to try to pack as many interesting insights. I mean, I think everything that's in the AI index is very interesting. That's because I wrote it. But we'll be respectful of the time here and give you guys some material and insights about what is actually going on with artificial intelligence and put you guys in a position to understand where the field is and how it has evolved. A little bit on the mission of HI, the institute that I work for. HI is an organization that really exists to advance AI research, education, and policy, as well as practice in a way that fundamentally improves the human condition. So we really feel that AI, it has to be guided by human impact. AI technology should also be inspired by human intelligence. And the applications of AI, and this is a theme that I was super excited to hear quite a bit in today's discussions, should really be about enhancing and augmenting humans rather than strictly replacing. And I think we at HI really feel that AI is going to redefine everything in society. It's going to redefine how we work. It's going to redefine how we think. It's also going to redefine, as we saw in the presentation from Google DeepMind, how we play. And I think really all of this gets at the core of HI's mission, which is trying to understand in greater detail how AI as a technology is intersecting with our world. So our institute at Stanford, we were one of the first AI-specific human-oriented institutes to emerge. We launched in 2019, and as early as 2020, our leaders like John Etchemendy and Fei-Fei Li were very instrumental in doing a lot of lobbying work to encourage the US government to invest in universities when it came to AI. But of course, the tradition of AI at Stanford goes back a long time. One of the originators of the term artificial intelligence was a Stanford professor, John McCarthy. And he looks like a crazy computer science professor, but made a lot of very important and seminal impacts in the field. At HI, we have a very highly interdisciplinary focus. So we do research that isn't only about AI, but research that bridges medicine and AI, engineering and AI. And our research work is again spread out across a variety of different schools at Stanford. Some of the very foundational and seminal research work that we've done includes, for example, popularizing the term foundation model. That's a term that came out of Stanford. We have as well a center that does a lot of really excellent work on the digital economy. In fact, today, they launched a new series of papers called the Digitalist Papers. I encourage you guys all to take a look at them, which speak to how our society and how our polity might be evolving as a result of AI. And of course, they've done a lot of really good work looking at what impact AI actually has on the labor market. We have a second pillar at HI as well. We partner with a lot of different industrial players because we really believe that it's important to help academics and industry players work together to solve AI challenges and solutions. And on the policy side, we've been very active working with Joe Biden. We've pioneered the NAIR, which is a national AI research resource. And of course, a lot of NAIR elements were very significant parts of the executive order that Joe Biden signed just last year. And we also co-led the recent California Summit on generative AI. So we do a lot of work at HIE because, as was said, I think very often today, we really fundamentally believe that AI is going to be a transformative technology. It could be one of the most important technologies ever made, and it's very essential that we steer it in the right direction. Now to actually talk a little bit about the AI index. Again, my goal today is to leave you in a position to understand a few facts about AI. You know, best case scenario, you guys will take something into the policy world, into the business world. Worst case scenario, you'll have a few interesting facts to impress people with over at a dinner table or perhaps when you're chatting at the bar. But before we begin, what is the index? What is this initiative? So the AI Index is a report that comes out of Stanford University. It's currently in its 7th edition, and it was created in 2017 by a diverse committee of AI thought leaders, people like Jack Clark, who's one of the co-founders of Anthropic, arguably OpenAI's biggest rival, Eric Brynjolfsson, who I would say is probably the world's best AI economist, and James Manika, who's one of the leaders at Google on AI-related research initiatives. And these individuals came together in 2017 because they already understood then that AI was going to be a transformative technology, that as such, it was going to be important to have some kind of report that could track how well the technology is doing, how politicians are thinking about the technology, how business leaders are thinking about the technology. And that's exactly what we do at the AI Index. We collect some of our own data, but we also collaborate with a plethora of data vendors, many of which are listed here. And we are really fortunate to occupy, I would say, a position of thought leadership when it comes to AI. We've been cited by newspapers across the globe. We've been cited by governments and government agencies across the globe. And we've also briefed business leaders from many leading companies. And I think this really reflects one of our core missions and one of our core beliefs, which is that, again, AI is here and it's going to change the way in which we do a lot of things. And it's very important that we empower business leaders, politicians, and in general, humanity to understand what this technology is and where it's going. Now, as I said, the last report that we launched in April of 2024 was 500 pages long. And I wrote most of it, and I will admit, with the help of ChatGPT and Claude. So I don't deserve all the credit. But again, we're going to have to try to distill the 500 pages in 10 takeaways, but don't let that stop you from reading the 500 pages front to back. Takeaway number one is simply that AI technology has improved a lot. Now, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself, we didn't have to fly a guy down from Stanford to tell us that AI technology has gotten a lot better, but I'll tell you some of the specific ways in which it has. So at the index, of course, we really specialize in numbers, data, and statistics. But I think sometimes images tell a much more interesting and compelling story. One of the things that we did at the AI Index this year is we went to Midjourney, which is probably, I would say, the world's leading text-to-image generator. And we asked Midjourney to give us a hyper-realistic image of Harry Potter. And we asked each version of Midjourney this exact same generation, from the first one that came out in February to one of the more recent versions in December. Now, I think this really puts into perspective just how much better AI technology has gotten. Now, I personally am more a fan of the generation on the left. I like postmodernism, and that looks like Pablo Picasso meets Harry Potter. But of course, that's not what we actually asked the system to do. we asked for hyperrealism. And I would say that for the image on the right, you almost have to squint and look very carefully to see that that is not, in fact, Daniel Radcliffe. Now, on a more technical level, we could really say that AI is exceeding the performance of a lot of humans on various benchmarks. So who here in the audience has heard of the term benchmark or is familiar with this term? Hands up if you guys have. So I think I see the computer scientists in the room all raise their hands. But for those of you that are unfamiliar, benchmarks are essentially tests of AI capacity. They're tests that can kind of tell us what AI systems can do. And I would say one of the canonical benchmarks, ImageNet, that's the line in blue, that was created by Dr. Fei-Fei Li, one of the co-founders of Stanford High. And in this benchmark, you would train an image or train an image model classification on a variety of images. You would then deploy it on different images in the test set. And if it, for example, could successfully classify 7 out of 10 images, you would say, well, that's the score of that model. So benchmarks are a good way of seeing how much better AI systems have gotten over time. And they've been used by the academic community as well as now the industrial community to track AI progress. So what we did at the index this year is we took a variety of benchmarks that represent different task categories and tried to see how much better performance has gotten over time. And you'll notice that for virtually every single benchmark that we looked at, AI systems now exceed human baseline levels of performance. But that is not the only story here. The other story is simply that the pace of change and that the pace of improvement has really rapidly gone through the roof. So the benchmark that you see on the left there, ImageNet, you'll notice that AI systems started roughly at around 90% relative to the human baseline. And it took these systems, I would say, a good 3 to 4 years to get to that level. This benchmark on the right is for competition level mathematics. And you'll notice that we've gone from AI systems that were doing very badly, basically AI systems that were very close to the human baseline in 2 years. And the baseline level here is the performance of a 3-time international math Olympiad gold medalist. So it's not like I'm sitting at home and comparing, the ability of these AI systems to my mathematical ability. They're comparing it to people that actually know how to do math and understand some of these things. Now, a second big highlight that we see at the index is that industry is really dominating frontier AI research. So one of the questions that we asked the index is, where are these notable machine learning models coming from? And you'll notice that up until 2015, the majority of these systems came out of academic institutions like Stanford, like Harvard, like MIT. And since then, a massive gap has opened up where, as of 2023, you had 51 notable machine learning models that came from industry sources and 15 that came from academia. And when you look at foundation models, and this is a term describing these AI systems like Gemini, like GPT-4, that are trained on massive amounts of data and very capable, you see a very similar story. Industry is really dominating. Academia is being increasingly left behind. And since 2019, if you look at organizationally where these models are coming from, it's again industry labs like Google, like OpenAI, like Meta that are really at the top, universities that are much further behind on this list. Now, there's an interesting question that comes out of all of this, which is why? Why is it the case that industry labs are so much more productive when it comes to producing these high-level systems? Is it just the case that they're paying people better in industry? I mean, they are. Maybe they're just better fed. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to a Silicon Valley startup office, but there's more snacks, chips, and kombucha than any person or group of people would ever need. But really, all jokes aside, the story is one of cost. And one of the things that we did at this year's index is we looked at how much it costs to train a variety of significant AI systems. And you go from systems like the Transformer, which we estimate costs around $1,000 in terms of cloud compute costs, to systems in 2021 that cost $4 to $6 million, to systems that, as of 2023, are costing anywhere from $80 to $190 million. And the reason that these systems are becoming so much more expensive is really one of scaling. There's this idea of scaling laws. And I had talked about earlier in the presentation that I'm going to give you guys some AI facts to impress people with at dinner. I would say if there's one fact you want to impress people with, it's this one. So if you're too tired to pay attention to the presentation, this is really where you want to zoom in and focus up. Really what's happened in AI, I would say in the last 5 years, is this kind of revolution in data, where, as was mentioned in the presentation from Google DeepMind, the Transformer was introduced in 2017. It was a new architecture and a new way of doing AI, originally for a translation task. And a few years later, researchers at OpenAI and Google started realizing that if you take the Transformer architecture, this kind of recipe or way of building AI systems, and you feed more data into it, the AI systems start performing better. And there was a paper published, I think in 2020 or 2021, on scaling laws, this idea that the more data you pump in, better these systems perform. Now, of course, if you want to train a system on more data, you need a lot more computational resources because the system is seeing and understanding the statistical and probabilistic relations in the data. And that's really what you see on this chart. That as you increase the amount of data, you also increase the amount of compute. And as you increase the amount of compute, you increase the cost of these models. Now, this obviously has a lot of very important implications because, as we discussed previously, some of these models are costing $80 to $190 million. And I mean, that's a lot of money, but there's also movies that cost that much money to make. But you've now had some AI CEOs that have openly predicted that the next wave of models is going to cost $500 million, if not $1 billion. And I think there's questions to be asked about who can be even affording to train such systems. Fourth highlight, and this is one from the world of geopolitics, people often ask me who is kind of leading the AI race. And at least from the perspective of creating notable machine learning models, it's really the United States that is very far ahead, followed by China and a variety of other European nations. And you could also look at where authors of foundation models come from. And I know very often when I give these kinds of talks in European settings or even in Latin American settings, I think there's often a question of, do we just consume? Do we try to build our own applications? But I think there's a lot of value in regional players developing their own language models and regional players working hard to try to create their own systems. I think there's a lot of very strong and powerful systems that come from the United States, but of course, systems come with values. I think that it is important for every country and every set of players to really be asking themselves, what values do we want to imbue within our own AI systems, and how can we build systems that get to that level? Now, a fifth highlight, and this is one from the world of responsible AI. One of the things that we found in this year's AI Index report is that there really is a lack of robust and standardized evaluations for large language model responsibility. So what do I mean by that? That's a mouthful. Well, one of the things we did is we looked at 5 major models, each from major developers. So we have GPT-4 from OpenAI, Llama 2 from Meta, Claude 2 from Anthropic, Gemini from Google, and Mistral from Mistral. And we looked at what benchmarks are these models being tested on. And again, a benchmark is like a test of AI capabilities. And you'll notice that for general performance benchmarks, for benchmarks that look at what these systems can generally do, there tends to be consensus. So all of the systems are benchmarked on MMLU, which is a benchmark of general language understanding. All of the systems are benchmarked on Codex, which is a benchmark of how well the systems can code. And all of them are benchmarked as well on GSM-8K, which is a benchmark of grade school mathematics. But when you fast forward and you go into the world of responsible AI, benchmarks that are actually looking at how responsible these systems are, like truthful QA, do they actually tell the truth or do they hallucinate falsehoods? Benchmarks like real toxicity prompts and toxic gen, how toxic are their responses? Or benchmarks still like bold and BBQ, which look at how biased their responses are. You'll notice that there really is no consensus, that developers are kind of testing across the board. Now, it's not clear to us at the index whether this reflects cherry picking on behalf of the developers, where the developers are saying, we prefer, we think this model or this benchmark makes our model look better, or if the developers genuinely believe that certain benchmarks are better suited than others. We're at a moment now in the AI ecosystem, and you see this in talking to a lot of business leaders, where people are really using the technology. And as people are using the technology, it's important that we have standardized evaluations of what the technology can do, not only from a general capabilities perspective, but also from a responsibility perspective. Now, a couple of highlights from the world of economics. I think this highlight is not surprising to anybody in the room. But in the last year, the amount of investment in generative AI has really skyrocketed. We've gone from there being 3 billion in total global investment all the way to 25 billion in the last year. And you've seen some landmark investment deals in generative AI. Microsoft investing billions in OpenAI, Cohere, Canadian company raising millions, and Amazon and Google making fairly big bets into Anthropic. And we have a lot of really interesting data in the report, and we have data on more countries than is shown in the slide about which countries are really leading the investment landscape. And unsurprisingly, it's the United States far ahead in first position. Now, the seventh highlight concerns a theme that I've seen raised actually quite a bit in the discussions today, which is what effect is AI going to have on productivity? Now, I think when you talk to a lot of economists about AI 5 years ago, that was really one of the burning questions they had. Was AI going to be a tool that is going to elevate workers, and if so, by how much? Now, we're excited to report at the index that there is data that does seem to answer that question in a positive way, but it comes with some interesting caveats. So first things first, see on this slide is a series of studies where there were two groups of people. So each of these bars represents one study. And in each of these groups, you had one group of people that were not given AI tools, and you had another group of people that were given AI assistants like Copilot. And what you see in the gray is how fast the groups that did not have access to AI could do the task. And what you see in blue is how much less time it took for the AI groups to do the task. And as you'll notice, for every single study, groups that had access to AI were able to get the task done substantially quicker. And you see similar results as well from the world of consulting. In studies of consultants where some of the consultants had access to AI tools and others did not, it was the consultants that had access to AI that were more productive, got work done of substantially higher pace, and also did work of substantially higher quality. So I think you can say that at the minimum, the data suggests that AI can help knowledge workers save time. At the maximum, it will not only save you time, but also perhaps improve your quality. But there are some very important caveats. There was one really interesting study that we looked at the AI index in which there were 3 groups. And these 3 groups all had the exact same task to do. Now, one of the groups didn't get access to any AI tools, and the other 2 groups got access to the exact same AI. But one of those 2 groups was told that they were given a quote unquote bad AI. That is an AI system that was somewhat reliable, but was prone to mistakes. The other group was told that they were given a good AI, very reliable system, very powerful. They were given the exact same model. Now, when you compared the results of the 3 groups, it was the 2 AI receiving groups that did better than the group that didn't have access to AI. But among the groups that did get access to AI, and again, these groups got the exact same tool, it was the group that had access to the quote unquote bad AI that did substantially better than the group that had access to the good AI, even though it was the exact same AI. And the researchers basically speculated that when the people were told they were given a good AI, they kind of went on autopilot. They stopped checking the outputs of the system. They trusted the system too much. And I think there's interesting research there where it suggests that AI is powerful. It can move the needle from a productivity perspective, but you still need mechanisms of oversight to ensure that humans are in the loop. Now, I think very often when you talk about what kind of AI-related things are happening in the news, you hear about all these sexy LLMs like Gemini, GPT-4, but I personally think some of the most exciting work that's happening in AI is occurring in the realm of science. And I think it's worth giving a shout out to DeepMind here because I think a lot of the work is coming out from DeepMind. And there are so many projects you could look at, GraphCast, which we've seen already. I'll talk a little bit about alpha missense because I think this really illustrates the power of AI in science. For those of you that don't know, missense mutation is a mutation to a human protein structure. It could either be benign, it could be pathogenic, and it can have important impacts in how cancer and other disease develop in humans. Now, prior to alpha missense, which is a model that tried to classify all these different mutations, scientists estimated that there were 75 million different missense mutations. And human experts were able to successfully classify 0.1% of that 75 million. Fast forward to alpha missense, and alpha missense so far has been able to classify 89% of those 75 million different mutations. And that's just one example where AI could be used in science. We've, of course, seen other examples today about AI and its impact in dealing with Amazonian deforestation, but there are so many problems in our world that could really be aided with the power of artificial intelligence. On the regulatory side, we've seen that the number of AI regulations in the United States has sharply risen. We've gone from there being 1 regulation in 2016 all the way to 25 in 2023. And these regulations are really spread across multiple agencies. So it's not just the case, for instance, that Health and Human Services Department is passing these regulations. You have the Industry Bureau passing them, the Executive Office of the President, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid. And this really speaks to the fact that AI is a universal tool that regulators across the board are looking at. And I think there's also an important challenge to acknowledge here for businesses that I think businesses, many of them, understand that AI can be an important technology that can move the needle. But at the same time, there's an acknowledgement that we live in a moment where the regulation is unclear. And there's a challenge of how do we build with AI, but build in a compliant way. And across the globe, we've also found that the number of AI-related bills that have passed into law has also risen quite sharply and quite aggressively. Now, the last highlight before you guys will be done for the day and in a position to go home and read the 500 pages of the report is a highlight of public opinion. And I think this is a nice one to end on because I think it really kind of speaks to the moment of where we're at with AI. So what you see on this particular slide is the percentage point change in opinions about AI by country year over year. So Ipsos has done some surveys on artificial intelligence. And in these surveys, they asked a series of questions. And this is not looking at the total percent. This is looking at how much it has changed year over year. So if it's in blue, people agree with the statement more. If it's in red, people disagree with it more. So you'll notice that for one particular statement, products and services using AI, do you agree that AI basically makes you nervous? For every single country included in the sample, there is substantially more nervousness now than there was a year ago. You can call this the ChatGPT effect. Now, we don't have the data on this particular slide, but it is in the report. There's also another really interesting finding, which is that there are very sharp differences in opinion among different nations about AI. If you look at which countries are the most pessimistic about AI, it's countries like the United States, like the United Kingdom, like Canada. If you look at which countries are the most optimistic, there's actually quite a few Latin American nations like Mexico that rank really highly. Indonesia scores very highly as well. Thailand scores very highly as well. And I think that's a very interesting thing to think about and monitor in the present time that we're kind of at in the AI revolution. And I want to say kind of in conclusion that, we do a lot of work at Stanford High talking a lot about what's happened in the space of AI, where things are going. And if you guys are interested, there are more conversations that we could have about these topics and a lot of these ideas, because we really feel that the topic and the idea of spreading AI and knowledge of AI is something that's very important, very essential. And I'll close with that, and I'll kind of say that I like ending with the public opinion slide because, in my opinion, no pun intended, it really kind of reflects where we are now with AI. I think, we've been researching AI for decades now, but we're really at a time in the ecosystem where people understand that AI is here, it's present, and that it's making its impact felt. And we all have decisions to make about this, whether we're policymakers, whether we're business leaders, or whether we're just regular people. As discussed on the panel before, we need to think about how we want to interact with this technology, because every technology is fundamentally a social problem, not a technical one. It's a question of what do we want from the technology and what do we expect from it. And at the index, and as well as Stanford High, we work hard to try to make sense of those questions and answer them as well. Thank you for the invitation today. It was a pleasure and very honored to have been able to speak.
Agradecemos al director de investigación.
We would like to thank the research director of the for his interesting, Nestor Martin, for his interesting presentation. Thank you very much for coming to Chile to give us this interesting view of artificial intelligence. And with this, we are approaching the end of the day of the second version of ILIA 2024. We would like to thank the presence of all of you here, and we hope to have you in the next version of this index, hopefully next year. We hope to have you all there with all your support. It has been an interesting day, a very fun day, full of interesting speakers, great presentations. The panels were also very interesting. Once again, I would like to thank you for coming today. And those that stayed with us up until so late, thank you very much. Please give yourselves a warm round of applause. I would also like to thank the team of CENIA. I see them there, the ILIA team, Cristina, Soledad, Loreto. I don't see her, the executive director of CENIA, who's hiding there in the back, Rodrigo. Thank you very much for everything, for making this second version possible. The director of the center who had the original idea and he's escaping right now. He had the idea 3 years ago. Thank you very much for your support, Alvaro. It has been an interesting experience to know the development of AI through the different factors that we have measured. And to conclude, we would like to invite you to a coffee break. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year in a new version of this index.